Starting in 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Minecraft, Create Above and Beyond. I'm just letting it load up, just, had to get it started a little bit ahead of time. That being said, it shouldn't take us too long, right? Here we go. And now it does the little box loading. So, our goal today is going to be trying to get that lumberjack up and running. From there, something a little bit more durable, ideally, than our little melteries here. I do ultimately want to... Did I turn down the volume? Yes. We're going to want to finish this up, which shouldn't take us too long. We're going to want to start working on getting the rest of the parts that we need to make our andesite factory going. Thinking like, yeah, after we get our lumberjack running, then we can get the sawmill running pretty easily. Then we can work on the sediment and underwater garden ones. Shouldn't take us too long, right? Alright, so what do we need? I need to check the components we got in there. A little something something. There we go. This is all stuck together, so that's fine. We are, however, going to need some sort of a method of actually holding this. Right, we need to give it a power source, right. We also need to actually set up a depositor there as well. A dropper. How are we going to go about doing that? Well, we could do it with cogs. Although that's not ideal. I gotta admit. Right, I can just use the wrench now. Now that we have one, we can just use that. And you can indeed make a belt go over multiple different shafts pretty easily. Thankfully, it is pretty useful in that way. There we go, we got an experiment tree. Hello, pig. I'm thinking a gearbox here, which then goes into a cog, or at least a set of cogs. Or even a shaft that then goes into a deployer. Or maybe a dispenser with a timer on it? Has it been modified? It might have been modified, in which case we could just use that. We don't really need a deployer. Given rotational force, so it can imitate certain player interactions. Okay, that's fine. Place blocks, use items, activate blocks, harvest blocks. Attack mobs. Alright. They can carry a filter slot, so you can put a... Okay, so you can put a specific item in there. What if you have it on a... By default, it imitates a right-click interaction. However, if you right-click with the wrench, it'll imitate a left-click. Giving it items when it's above a belt or a depot, it'll just attempt to deploy them. That's something we'll have to do in the future. Good to know. Deployers can also be affected by redstone. Good to know. Thus, a negative pulse can be used to trigger exactly one. Sorry, what? Huh. I guess that makes sense, yeah. Deployers on contraptions. We'll attempt to use it on every block. Alright. Good to know. That's a lot of information. I guess we could attach a deployer directly onto the contraption then, couldn't we? Yeah, if we were to attach a deployer right like here... that would theoretically work, wouldn't it? It would hit the tree, it would use any accumulated... That is an idea. Let's see if we can't refine our design a little bit before we even apply it. By putting a deployer right on the back of the saw, that should be able to pass through the saw and place down the required sapling ahead of time. If I understand what that means correctly. Meaning we get the most of our growth without having to provide any rotational power to that first one. Yeah, that should work, I think. We still need to use a deployer, it's just, you know, a little more, efficient. Not pretty, but efficient. So we're going to be grabbing all the logs that we can right now, using them for, you know, various purposes. But we should be good. I think we got a plan now, and that's pretty important. Okay, a total of 10 logs to actually make the required designs. And then we should be good. We should be able to mass produce large quantities of, you know, wood. Or at least steadily make an income of wood without needing to actually do anything. I do want to use a schematic cannon to try to make these things a little more effectively, ideally. Because those things are really effective for quick building work. All you have to do is provide them with a little bit of rotational force, which you can do pretty easily with a hand crank. And they'll do it every single time. You just gotta learn how to properly deploy it, you know? Alright, make some cogs, because we can. Make some kinetic mechanisms, because we need to. And a casing. Oh yeah. The hand. There we go. The Hand of Midas. If we throw these together, we get a deployer, which will allow us to actually deploy these things pretty easily. Huh. If I move you... there. Poke, place, and attack. And we always want it to be the exact same block. We don't want it to be wood, we want it to be... oak. Yeah, I'll do it. Place only in starting position. Okay. Then a little bit of super glue slapped onto the back so we can place a chest there. It ain't pretty, but it is functional. Okay. This should work, I think. Yeah. Just that there. Mechanical belt. And then this can feed directly into another chest. We got a pair of funnels. That's exactly what we needed. Right, I need to actually... There we go. Now we just need to provide rotational power. Something to, you know, give it a little bit of an oomph, if you will. Something to really make it start doing its thing. Oh, and we're also going to provide it with some... Actually, I don't think we even need to provide seed saplings, do we? Yeah, I don't think we do. I kind of wish I could filter these things so they only take the wood and all that, but... Ah, well. So our best bet for this is to just do this. Alright. We're gonna have to make a 90-degree turn here, but it shouldn't be too hard to do. We already got the cogs, so we don't really need to worry about it. I'm hoping we don't have to do a gear change, but we might. I guess we wouldn't. We only really need to... I guess we could use a belt for that. It's not perfect, but... Oh yeah, we need another... God damn it. A little bit more wood to properly transmit the power. On the plus side, our little pasture here is steadily getting cleared out. That's not the only tree farm we're going to have to make, although the other one doesn't require any moving parts. It is entirely a solid chunk of stuff that just has to sit at the base of the tree. It's not like we have to move it around a lot. Just, you know, have it exist, and that's it. Throw some logs up there. 4 buttons equals... Yeah, 4 buttons should do it. Large cogwheel. There we go. Throw that there. Alright. Transmit some power. Yeah, we're gonna have to use a belt. Or at least some method of moving the power up there. We could use a gear shift in order to reverse the rotation just right before it, but I'd rather not do that, honestly. And we already have some spare belts, so I mean... Do I really need to care? Spinning the right way. Thing looks good. This does need to be able to go back and forth, though. So you're going to have to provide some sort of a gear shift and a redstone path. Thankfully, it shouldn't be too hard to do. We just need to set up a little bit of wiring. Which might cost us some more redstone. Because I don't think we have enough wires to actually make the trip there. We can have the reverse here, which will make it so we need as little redstone cable as possible. But thankfully, yeah, there's no way now. Alright, we need more redstone wiring, which means we need 12 total redstone actually to make this work. Back on a mining trip. It is what it is. Might as well extract these and make the requisite andesite, because we have it. That'll do. Throw these together, there we go. And we got a spare pickaxe with which to actually do the digging required. So, underground. There is that belt area we could check out. We go all the way to the bottom and then back up to... Yeah, we could theoretically find some cinnabar in there. We could check out the mine shaft as well. That is also an option. We could check out over here. If I remember right, there was, yeah, some areas around here that we could visit. That might have some cinnabar. What kind of... I mean, I'll take it. Tunnel treasures. Fair enough. We can extract the materials this way. There they go. That way we don't have to hold on to them, you know? Great. Looks like the thing doesn't want to cross the tracks. That's a little weird. Can't say I was expecting that behavior from a creeper, but okay. There you go. Any cinnabar lying around here? There's a lot of tunnels. Not exactly ideal, though. It's not at a good depth for a cinnabar. At the very least, we are steadily starting to see more, you know, torches around. That is a boon. There's some cinnabar. That'll do. Thank you, game. We'll make good use of this stuff. There we go. Much more than we need. That should do. We only need the cinnabar, so I mean, why stick around down here? God damn, we go fast. These filled up the inventory. Alright. Yoink. That should suffice. Although I really do need to do something about that. We do have more options for farming, though, so there's that boon. These can count as MacGuffins. Buddy cards. These things are just collectibles, and that's it. They don't really have anything special to them. They just sort of exist. It's unfortunate. I mean, you can make a fancy pickaxe out of them, but why? Yeah, that's right. As for the duck, that should allow us to make the Stella Arcanae. Yeah. Sorry, Eternal Stella, there we go. That will allow us to make that, which will allow us to basically ensure that our stuff remains intact forever. At least when it comes to, like, constructing devices. You can make a fancy diamond saw that won't break ever, at all. You can make a fancy device. I guess a USB flash drive that won't go out of date, I guess, is the idea. I don't know how to put it. Redstone. There's the redstone. Just need 3 of this. And there we go. That'll give us enough wiring to actually make our device run. And I think that should be good. Actually, it might be better to go along here. Because then we can put it into here. And then line it up into there, into the... Yeah, okay. That's weird. We need to line it onto the bottom of it? Yeah, looks like. Looks like we do. Yeah, it's not too bad to do, though, so, I mean... There we go. Now all we need is the latch. Which shouldn't be too hard to do. Give me that power latch, please. There we go. We're probably gonna need to actually make the gear shift, or line this against the gear shift, so I'll just hold on to this for now. It's something to use. Gear shift. There we... God damn it. Alright, logs. I guess we can take from these bushes for once. We haven't taken much from these ones, so there's that. Might as well take them. Easy peasy. Plenty of materials to work with. Although I gotta wonder, is there a way to just make these? It doesn't look like it. Huh. I guess we could make it with the automatic crafter, couldn't we? Still, not the best. It would work. Meats. It grinds against it. Huh. Alright, so it's gonna want to try to place it there every single time. But we do have a solid amount of material now. So we can make a chest, we can start making large quantities of wood. Yeah, this should work. This'll work nicely, I think. In it goes. Okay. Yeah. There we go. We are gonna have to do something about this thing here, though. I think we're gonna have to... Yeah, build some sort of wall behind it. So that the deployer doesn't try to place it there.
Ooh.
How you doing, Revenger Conley? Welcome. Glad to have you. We just managed to get our lumberjack online, as I'm sure you're well aware. So we should be able to do this pretty well. You know? This will just run constantly now, so we don't really have to worry about that. The spare oak saplings are nice, but not ultimately needed. Question is, how can we speed up the growth of this sapling here? Because we're gonna need to. Otherworld sapling trader trades natural otherworld saplings for stable ones that can be harvested without the third eye. Okay. Oak saplings. That would be the better way of doing it, yeah. Hmm. How do we get that? That's gonna take a lot of work to get to, so it's not really a doable thing at the moment. Unfortunately. But eventually, yes, we can do that. Alright, well that's that handled, I guess. Huh. Twisted sapling. Spooky. A bonsai. That could be nice. Have some little, like, bonsai trees in an office or something. Okay, next step. We're going to need a device to generate large quantities of clay. Now, that is going to require a washing machine. Something that, you know, washes materials into various other types of materials. It shouldn't take us too long to make this, thankfully. But we do need something called a strainer. If you played a survival block, you've probably seen these things. They're frickin' everywhere. Very useful, though. You may want to actually process these logs, too. I think we can do that. If we were to make another sawmill and then toss it over two of them, that would theoretically run pretty well at breaking the material into something a little more useful. A Darian pipe module. What's that about? Okay then. For fancy stuff. So it needs to first strip the block, and then it needs to actually... Okay. It needs to strip the block, then it needs to actually do the thing. So if we were to dump it directly into... Okay, hear me out. If we were to do this, not that. Yep. 1, 2... Directly into a chest. Not even directly into a chest. We don't need to do it directly into a chest. Hold on. So if we were to do... Hook these two together. We can pretty safely run this underneath this. Okay, and then we can run the belt over that, while also providing the power to the requisite devices. Yeah, this should work, I think. Do that. That's cute, but no. Like this. That'll allow us to put it through 2 saws. Then hit this one up. Which will then convert all of the wood directly into the useful stuff. Yeah, this is a little jerry-rigged, but it should work just fine for our purposes. I guess we can leave this dirt behind. We don't actually need to have it there. Andesite Funnel. We need 2 sawmills, which means we need 2 saw blades and a... Oh god, okay. Well, we can do that by just applying some bone meal to the tree and gathering that. That seems like the best idea we got right now. Now the question is there a way to generate large quantities of bone meal without much issue? I guess we could use, We could make use of the... What's the best way of putting it? Alright, bones. We could get fish bones. I don't know where to get fish bones from, but we could. Bone blocks would be great. Campfire cooking, slimy fern blend would turn into bone meal. Crushing, you can crush sand to make bone meal. A little bit of sand, or a little bit of bone meal, but not a lot, but it's still something. Crush bones, which will also provide white powder. You can mill bones. You can cut up fish. So we could do that. Make a bunch of fish fillets, get a bunch of bone meal out of it. We could pulverize it, or we can just, you know, automate craft it. Those are all options. Slimy fern blend. What can you do? Okay, so the idea would be that you... Okay. So the idea is that you cut slimy ferns, take half of them, and spit them into a spirit fire, which will then grow back into a standard slimy fern. Then you cut them again, and you just keep doing this rotation to get infinite bone meal. Then you can pretty easily campfire cook it. And that seems like the idea behind it. Alright, sawmills. Sawmill, sawmill, sawmill. We're gonna need a few cogs. Just a couple, you know. Enough to make this whir. Make assembly. We don't need quite that much. We only need 16 of them. But we do need to use most of our logs to actually make this work. Saws. We don't have any iron. Okay, well, there we go. We gotta do a mining trip again. This time specifically for iron. Shouldn't take us too long. We got plenty of iron deposits that we haven't touched yet. Just gotta get down there. I gotta grind these up and melt them down. Shouldn't take us too long to do, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm not sure how we're gonna automate the smelting down and processing of iron, but we could do it. Iron dust into melting, which then can be pulled into a spout and used to fill these things up. Doable, but not great. A blast chiller would also work great for that, because then we can process the creation of the ingots rather than the creation of the blocks or anything. Guess we could also pump it directly into a basin and then extract the basin's results. It could work. It could. I do ultimately want to get that belt that we got running right now to basically process anything that is mineral-based. We're talking iron, we're talking rocks, we're talking cinnabar, we're talking everything. In some fashion. It would take a lot of work, a lot of grinders, a lot of all that, but it could be done. It could very easily be done. It just takes a lot of filtering to actually, you know, sort these things out, prepare them, all that good stuff. Because I don't want to have to sort them. That sounds like work. We could no, or that way. We got 2 blocks worth. We're gonna need at least that much. This should work. Yeah. Thank you, belts. There we go. I do appreciate that the belts make things so much faster. Hello, Holy Spokes, how you doing? Welcome back to Cray, Above and Beyond. Welcome, welcome. You're doing alright? Good to hear. Good to hear. We still got some redstone in there. Now, easily processed. We did manage to get the lumberjack working. It relies a bit too much on the natural growth rate at the moment. Found a chocolate espresso flavored bar while out shopping. That does sound like it could be good, yeah. Are we talking like a, Are we talking like a particularly fancy, what's the name of that brand? Coffee Crisp, there we go. A particularly fancy coffee crisp? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to change this to depot mode. That way we can actually do the squish that is required. Wasn't anything fancy? Yeah, fair enough. As long as you enjoyed it, right? I really need to get better at automating this process, as long as it wakes me up. Yeah, fair. As long as it does what you need it to do. And there. So the rest onto the depot so that we can just let it crush it. The ingot flattening machine. That'll do just fine. And now to make the saw blades we need. We are just finishing up our work on the lumber production. It should theoretically work to strip logs and then proceed to break them apart into their component planks. This is the wrong way, isn't it? Yeah, it's the wrong way. Hook buttons, and then cut saw. How are we gonna get it to rotate the other way? Because frustratingly, we can't really rely on that. We could do a directional reverse this way. Then put a shaft through it. But we need to have a belt spinning it the exact same way is the problem. God, so many belts. Think it was some anime character. But we do need that. Alright. I guess we're making more rubber. Because we need it. Unfortunately. Didn't take us too long to set this up at least. So what's new with you, Holy Spokes? Aside from, you know, the chocolate espresso bar. Any other flowers? There's some more pink tulips. Yoink. I wonder why they're called tulips. Not much. Fair enough. Yes, we also discovered a good way of making a vast quantity of fertilizer. At least theoretically. We haven't actually made it, but we do have an idea of what to do with it. And if we can get that, then we can expand on our little lumber farm here. Wow, 2 at once. That is impressive. Give me just a second. That was rapid fire. There we go. That way they're not bugging us, you know? There we go. Toss in a little bit more water just to do the rest of the work. There we go. And roast that. Wonder what got 2 of them to stop by at the same time, you know? They just happened to call my name twice in a row. These frickin' bot sellers. Sorry, follower sellers. I don't get their whole frickin' pitch there. It's a little weird. I kinda wish that Twitch would do something about those bots, but I don't know what the hell you would do, really. Then again, I don't really have a full team of tech people who would know what the hell to do about that. There we go. The last belt we need to actually set this thing up. That should rotate it in the right direction. So it'll move against them. Which means, if we throw these down here, this should be able to just go right through them and make our required materials. Yeah. There we go. And that'll handle that. And further. And further into the perfect base. Unfortunately, this one we're going to actually have to fiddle with, because we don't want all of the wood to go directly into planks. We do want most of the wood to go into planks, but not all of them. Actually, not even most. How much does the saw produce in planks? 2 per okay, so it's the same ratio as what we produce. Okay, that's not too bad. Is there a way to get a better ratio, actually? If there is, then I kind of want to go for it. Alright, that produces the same ratio, that produces the same ratio. There is no way to get a better ratio, but at the same time, it's renewable, so who cares? Let's produce a decent quantity of material, shall we? Shouldn't take us too long to produce a solid quantity of wood. There we go. Yeah, that looks really nice. Now we're producing vast quantities of planks without much issue at all. Should be able to make at least something with this. Thinking some nice crude horizontal planks. Or some flooring for our base. Get something going at least here. Make it look about on par with our current ability to make these things, you know? Not exactly pretty, but it works. It works. As I said, I don't want to put in the effort of actually gathering the wood for this, so we're just gonna make it. For what we got. And then some more crude planks. There we go. It's a little nicer. We've actually got a floor now. So that helps. Might as well grind this up while we're here. Anything else we need here? We don't really have the stone to build up our foundation. Or at least the appearance of a foundation. I guess we can roast some rock, because we do already have a collection of stones coming up, so that's not exactly an issue. Yeah, we can do that. Rocks will be processed for a bit. We should be fine. Should be able to actually start making that spruce. Hi, buddy. That spruce windmill look a little more spruced up. There we go. Slaughtered. I don't know what the hell to do with this. Can we make use of this? I guess we can melt it into iron. It is a functional weapon, don't get me wrong. Okay. Sure. We now have 2 banners. We can't really do much with them, but we have banners. You're just gonna keep going. Next project. We need a strainer. Something to really, make some use with this. And in solid quantities, too. So a washer. That means we're gonna need a fan, first and foremost. A little spinny boy. Make that work. We're going to need a strainer, which is going to require the use of a machine box and a iron grate, I think is the term. Not grate, it's a fence? Something like that. Iron bars, there we go. It shouldn't be too hard to set up, but it will take the rest of our iron. Collect a little bit of that. Let's make the fan so that we can actually do this. There we go. Propeller. We're going to need 2 machine boxes, which is going to be a little bit of work, but it can be done. Alright, so that means that we got the planks and spades, so we don't need to dredge that up. But we do need the logs, because we don't really have a good way of collecting the logs at the moment. So we need to grab raw resources rather than the processed stuff that we can get out of our little factory. Yeah, this should work. Plus, we do a little bit of clearing. We do a little bit of yard work, basically. That should help out a little bit. Each little shrub. There's a little more land and a little bit more of the requirements we have right now. I'm thinking we should probably start clearing another way, rather than just keep clearing this place out. That should help a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, see all that shrubbery? It's a little close to our little home, so not too keen on having it here. It'd be interesting if they added in a dynamic growth mod that just has like plant life slowly encroaching upon your area. Very slowly, so you can actually like trim it off, but still have it exist, you know? That'd be interesting. It'd be hard as hell to program, I'm sure, but yeah, it could be useful. Yep. It's a few more logs and we should have enough mechanisms to build the required devices. Now, I don't know if the strainer requires us to have a proper basin, or if we can just dump it directly on top of a washing machine for further processing. If we can just dump it right on top of a washing machine, that would be great, because that would mean that I can just place it on top of a hopper that then immediately drops into a washer. Now, the amount of time required for a washer means we're going to have a decent length of belt. And a decent amount of spin in order to actually make it run. But that being said, it shouldn't be too hard to do. At least theoretically. I've done it before, so theoretically I should be able to pull this off. We only need it to be long enough to trigger the change, and that's it. Once the change happens, it's done, and we don't need to do it anymore. You can overwash things, and if I remember correctly, that will actually damage the devices that you wash with it, but for the most part, it's pretty safe to run. It takes a little bit, though. Throw these in there. Okay. That's all fine. There we go. And now we just need the planks. Oh, cool. The items don't break. So we can just keep processing this and... Huh. That's interesting. So if these things don't break, they could just pass through the sawmill without any issues. Hello, Cuddlin. How you doing? Welcome. We got our sawmill up and running, so we're, you know, doing pretty well so far, I'd say. Right now, we're mostly trying to get the clay generator running. Gonna pass the backseat over here? By all means. You are more than welcome to. Right, I'd rather do this in my own inventory rather than in that inventory. Make 16 kinetic assemblies. That will allow us to make 2 boxes. One for the strainer, one for the washer. One goes like this. An encased fan. Useful for multiple purposes. Encased fans allow you to do a multitude of things. One of those is to blast things. This is basically the same as throwing it through a furnace, so that's basically all it is. Cracked iron ore bricks. Huh. Sun metal bricks, cracked seared bricks, glass. All these things, they're basically just the furnace recipes. Ew, that looks kind of grody. Smoking is for food. This is anything that will do smoker. Or that will process in a smoker. Very handy. But, you know, be a little careful. Salutations. Hello, Dr. Pudim. Welcome. We got our lumberjack online. And now we're working on trying to get our little project here done. So we're going to be trying to get clay. Clay is acquired, at least easiest, through a collection of things. Oh hey, we got some more wood. Orange sand, white sand are the ones that we're looking at. Standard sand, it's not great, but it'll work for now. As for how the hell we're gonna wash our... or make the sand that we require to wash, that's a different matter. This one doesn't require any moving parts, thankfully. BRB, dinner's ready? Well, enjoy your dinner, friend. Now that we've got some stones put together, I do want to spend some of the stones on making the factory, but some of them I do want to use for the building here that we're running with. Might as well do a little bit of decorating, you know? Make it worthwhile building these factories. And also making our little shelter here more effective at actually saving us from mobs and all that. Yeah, not too keen on having this in here forever, but for now we'll run with it. For now. Throw this together. And I'm thinking once we get enough clay to make it basically free, that we don't really need to worry about it, then we're going to start properly making use of it. And by that, I mean we're going to be taking it and we're going to be converting it into a oven for us to cook with. Thinking vertical? Vertical. Yeah. A proper home. Or at least proper enough. Yeah, currently we've got a 1.5 efficiency boost thanks to the lumberjack. When it comes to the production of planks. Sadly, we can't make it any more efficient with slabs. It's still just as efficient for us to do it by hand, even if I'm never going to do it by hand because, ew, gross. It doesn't look like there's any way to really increase that efficiency. Unfortunately. Despite my desire to. Alright. We got a basic setup for our house. A little bit of extra work just to make it a little more secure. We are gonna have to make some torches, though. I do also want to get to making coal coke when we can. Because that seems like it would be wise. Coal coke, for reference, is a material that is specifically... It's basically coal plus. That's all there is to it. It's basically coal plus. It lasts longer. It's only really requires you to process it. And then that's it. It's coal coke now. If I remember correctly... Yeah, coke. You need a pyrolyzer, but you get tar, which makes creosote. Ah, you can also convert bitumen. And regular coke. Or regular charcoal. Heavy oil. How do you get bitumen? Fractionating still, crude oil. Produces bitumen, heavy oil, and light oil. Boostable. You can also get it by breaking down bituminous sand. Huh. Interesting. So this is created, and then it also makes creosote. Creosote can fill buckets, and that's kind of it. Coke chunks, what are those used for? Silicon compounds. Purified sand, coke, and fine sand. Into a silicon compound, which can then be ice charged into silicon. Huh. So it looks like we're going to need to make it so those are actually generatable. Oh god, that's gonna be a pain. Okay. I wasn't aware that we were doing that then. There we go. We have an actually functioning house. It works. It works. It ain't pretty, but it works. I like this. Alright, next step. Right, straining. Or not straining, watering things. We're going to need a bit of a space. I'm thinking we should probably build it here. Somewhere along this area. Our machines are a little exposed, yes, but it will do just fine. This will allow us to take the power that's already been routed here and make use of that. At least partially. Yeah, because we can't route it through the gear shift, but we can route it over the machine itself. If we were to bring it over top of the machine, we can... Okay, so we need to set it up around here. And that should do it. And now we have access to this sucker. Okay then. That'll allow us to bring it over top of the device, just overhead, and then back down into the earth when we need it. Alternatively, we can also reconfigure it so that we just give it its own power source, or its own line. Okay, so, how are we going to gather this? We're going to need a strainer. That's just an obvious thing that we need. We're going to need, I think an andesite funnel will help a little bit, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. First things first, though, we're going to need some way of actually, you know, watering things. I think our best way of doing that would be to... Okay. We do this. We should be good to go. A gearbox will let it spin. I don't know if it's the right way, but it will spin. Just, yeah, gearbox, not gear shift. Okay. A few more cogs, because we need them. God, I need a way to craft in my inventory. There we go. Let's see how this works. Okay, so it's pulling and not very fast either. Means we're gonna need to switch the mechanics of this. We can do that with a belt, or we can use a... I think the better way is probably a gear shift, because then if we ever need to, we can always just flick a switch in reverse direction. But if nothing else, we can set up our little washer here first. We don't have any spare bars on us. I find that bars are usually the best way of doing this. Because we have to hold a liquid in front of it. In front of the fan, specifically. So we're going to need to put, like, a singular water block here. And that allows us to hold it in, basically. There we go. That's how I usually do a washing slash cooking slash smelting machine setup. Some sort of large box that just spins, and there you go. You got some washing doing done in there. A clutch. No, we need a gear shift. Set that up. A singular lever in order to make this work. Because this allowed us to just flick a switch and there you go. Problem solved. There's my wrench. And now it's splashing. This will allow us to wash things. Pretty effectively, too. It doesn't reach very far. It only reaches 3 blocks outside of the device, but we can fix that. With a few clever uses of cogs. We're going to need another large cog wheel, but after that we should be set. There we go. Is this an aesthetically pleasing factory? Hell no. But we'll work with it. Alright, so we're going to need a couple of cogs. A large wheel here. A small wheel here. Plus a shaft. Large wheel. Small wheel. That is not a small wheel, that is a large wheel. And now it reaches all the way over here. Excellent. That is a good position for it to go to. You can hear the wind. I do appreciate that little effect. The wind. Man, that machinist wasn't kidding. That wind really can blow. There we go. There's our machine. At least the majority of it. Put a couple of shafts. From there we need a belt linking the two. Yeah, that would work, it's just a little fast for me. That's the problem. But we could work with this. Yeah, this could work. This can work. Put a shaft here. A small cog, and then a large cog, because that'll allow us to shift down again. But we should be able to drive the belts with this. There we go. Another shaft. Cog. That's not perfect. I don't think this will work, but screw it, let's try. We need a belt in order to drive it. Oh god, this is way too fast for it to actually do its thing. How are we gonna do this? I'd also prefer it to be running the opposite direction, but that's less of an issue. How do we want to do this? We could make another large gear and then make a secondary... Yeah, that could work. If we make another large gear, or I guess pair of large gears, we can set up another proper device to gear shift down to the original speed, because we don't need it to be at that high speed. We need it to be at a lower speed, something a little more chill, you know? Then we can use another mechanical belt to try to slow things down, or not slow things down, move the power up into the belt. Which will allow us to do a little bit more shenanigans. Small cog. Large cog. It is turning the right way now. A pair of belts will allow that to feed in the power. Because I don't want it to change rotation anymore. Not there. Wrench. God damn it. That should suffice. Although we don't really have a good way of moving it. And we just need a way to get that power up into there. Means more mechanical belts, oh god. How many mechanical belts can we even use? Basin. God damn it. I know it's annoying seeing me just picking flowers, I apologize, but we need the rubber badly. I'm trying not to make anything too fancy without having a good reason to. There is a better way of making rubber, honestly. But we're also in the middle of a flower meadow, so it's not necessary quite yet. We're not at the point where we're running out of flowers to really grind up into blackened rubber. The better way would be to take an arboreal extractor, use it to collect the resin out of a tree, and then stomp that into rubber, and you can just make vast quantities that way. But it takes time to set that sort of thing up, and we have other things we need to work on right now. That being the fancy stuff. The machine maker, basically. We're also going to need some way of actually making cogs, and in large quantities too. I'm thinking once we get the ability to start making proper andesite tunnels, we're going to be splitting off materials into individual chunks. And then using those chunks to make various materials. To mass produce everything that we need. I'm referring to all the good stuff. We're talking cogs, large cogs, maybe gear shifts, casings, that sort of stuff. Especially once we have infinite amounts of andesite to work with, we can properly start making these things run. And then when it gets to the point where we have applied energistics, then it just gets ridiculous. Because honestly, applied energistics makes everything a little ridiculous. There is nothing quite like that. Salutations again. Well, glad to have you back. How was your dinner, Dr. Putum? Good, I hope? But yeah, I am looking forward to when we get to the point where we get some applied energistics running here. The ability to just sort of flash things over without needing belts or anything would be really freaking good. Although there is something called pipes, which I don't know anything about. We could play around with that a little bit. Some more tame speed that we can work with. Yeah, this should do. Now, if we build a housing for this... Great, but not as amazing as applied energistics. Well, I'm glad you had a good dinner. We don't really care about the water dripping down onto things, so oh well. Water source block. We need one of these. Yeah, I was just explaining, yeah, the device should work well, and then we can, once we get everything running, we can start abusing some more efficient recipes to properly upgrade our capacity to actually build these things quickly. Because right now, as I'm sure you're quite well aware, we've been mostly just building everything by hand, which is not great. The humble water source block. Able to do so much, especially with create added. So if we make it flow like this. There we go. Because I want it to hook around like this, and then pour into there. Partially for the aesthetics, partially because the strainer would be pretty well suited to this point. We can pretty easily throw the strainer down here and let it run through. Whereas the only thing we'd really have to do is make a andesite funnel into here. Or andesite funnel drop into a hopper, which then applies it to the belt, which then... You get what I'm saying. Andesite funnel goes into a hopper, hits the belt. That lets it wash all the sand away. I don't know what would happen to the clay. Then it empties out into a chest. It ain't perfect, but it is functional. Alright. Aside from that, we're also going to need to provide some strainer-based material. Yeah! That looks funky as hell. It's dripping a little, but I mean, that's fine. We got no iron, okay. No iron. What, no iron? That should be fine still. I don't think that's going to be a massive hindrance to us. Well, thank you very much for the subscription, Inbound Whisper. Glad to have you. How are you doing? Welcome to Create Above and Beyond. You already know who I am, so by all means, I greatly appreciate it. Indeed, Putum, ironless. We're gonna have to properly set that up. At least we got a frickin' wealth of redstone. This will make sure that we are well stocked in redstone devices. Working on Twitch stuff? Hey, fair enough. Well, I appreciate it regardless. We got spare hoppers, I just realized. God damn it. Pretty good. We're mostly just working on devices at this moment. This mod pack is a challenge mod pack that is entirely based around trying to fully automate everything using Create. Ideally. There are other mods to help facilitate that, but for the most part, that's what this is about. We can make that a nice little hole so that we can tuck in a hopper. We're also going to need a hopper at the end so we can throw it into the chest. I think we're going to have to shrink this down a bit. Just a wee bit. Because we need to make this into a drop-off spot. But now that we're at this point... Yeah, no, it's still not properly sized. So we'll do this. There we go. Just... Oh, no, it didn't drop on there. Good. I was a little worried. Set that up. It's a lot of mechanical, you know, futzing around. A little bit of mining, but ideally in this mod pack you would not be crafting yourself. You would have machines to do that for you. There we go. Nice and sealed. Now we just need a proper chest. It's like, why would I ever craft regular planks when I can send it through these sawmills and get a 1.5 times return on it, on investment? It's a little boost, you know? As for the rest of our devices, we're still working on trying to get those to the point of too damn strong. Right, I didn't want to make buttons, I wanted to make a chest. I wonder if I can make buttons cheaply. How cheap can I make a button? Not at all. Okay. That's fine. We'll deal with it. I'm a little disappointed that we can't make 10 buttons for one oak plank, but such is the burden. Okay, I guess we have to open up this so we can actually properly set this up. There we go. A little bit of a box to actually take it in. And there we go. We got a nice little area. Let's actually see if this is enough to clean it. If this sand does not make it through, that means that it succeeded. That is the plan. Exactly where it would start. As you can see, it's processing steadily. It does make it all the way through. Unless we were to set it back to the normal, the starting position that we had it in. And just move this back a bit further. This could work. Little futzing around, you know? Gotta figure it out properly. Throw this down here. This goes from here to here. We're gonna need to move the dirt. I don't want it to last any longer than it absolutely must in the network. Or the belt. If it has any extra time in there, that's just time wasted spending a little bit of extra processing on it. It's just not worth it. Sand goes into hopper, it goes onto the belt, it starts running, it goes. And it gets processed completely. Good. And it barely has any extra belt time than it needs. Which is pretty solid, I gotta admit. Can I wash dirt? I can fill it with water to make it grassy. Okay, sure. I can garden trowel it. Okay, then. I do eventually want to also throw a hopper onto here just so I can use it as a personal washing machine as well. Because we can use that to make dough and therefore make bread a little cheaper. Now the only thing we need left to make this strainer washer mixture work, theoretically, is a little bit of sticks and canvas. So we can make quite a few of these, actually. Because we're making sediment strainers. And these suckers will process all of our required materials pretty easily. It'll gather large quantities of sand, of 3 different varieties, as well as clay. It is not very effective, though. No problems detected. Show recipes. It'll produce sand, regular sand, white sand, orange sand, and clay. I don't know what will happen if we throw the clay through the washer. I hope it just goes through as if it wasn't even there, and it doesn't care. Sand, we've only got a 10% chance of turning that into clay, but these two are the ones we're after. White sand and orange sand. White sand is a 100% conversion, as well as orange sand being a 100% conversion to clay. So we're going to be collecting a metric ton of clay, without much issue. Basically low effort clay. Let's help this grow a little bit. Oh, that one was really close, actually. It only needed one more tick. Don't need that block to be open. We don't need this. Okay, then we do need that block to be open. Aren't you spinning? Oh, you became stationary, did you? Why are you locked up? Well, I mean... There we go. Just need to manually reset it. Nothing too major. We can lock up that so it's not open for us to fall into like an idiot. I do want to keep that latch open though, because that way we can manually reset it if needs be. If need be, we can always manually reset that thing in case that happens again. Generally wise to have such a thing. Yeah, these things just go through without issue. Okay, that's interesting. Can't say I was expecting that. Alright, next thing we need to do. Right, Andesite Funnel. We needed an Andesite Funnel, specifically so that we could build up our collection of, Okay, bee nest can form. What happens if it breaks the... Suddenly bee. Hi, bee. No, I don't know what to do with you, bee. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, my dude. But that is gonna clog this, so we're gonna have to break it. Slaughter the bees. Ow. God damn it. You know what this means, right? That we can automate the generation of bee hives. That's about all I got. Otherwise, I have no frickin' clue. By all means, elaborate. The creation of beehives, yes. We can save the bees single-handedly. Although I don't really have a good way of picking them up as a thing. Because if we could relocate them, then yeah, we could absolutely automate bees. Well, the problem with that, Dr. Pudim, is that we need a way to silk touch up those hives. We don't really have a good way of doing that yet. If we could silk touch up the hives, that would allow us to move the hives to a more advantageous position, and then we could apply some automated smoking to it, which is really easy to do, actually. And from there, we can use deployers to collect the the materials that come from it. The idea being that we just place a hive around a bunch of flowers, then we put a carpet underneath it, and then underneath that carpet we put a campfire so that we can actually smoke the bees constantly, making sure that they don't do anything. And from there we can use the deployers to capture their honey and move it into other states. I have no idea what bees are for and how they work, but great. Minecraft bees are a lot less complicated than forestry bees, sadly. Or I guess thankfully? What can we even do with large quantities of honey? So we can get honeycombs. Go figure. What can we use honeycombs for? Experience, trading, making into things, or packing into blocks, but that's it. We'd want honey bottles instead. So what we do is we'd have a deployer use a honey bottle on it, have it empty out that bottle, and then convert it into a liquid. Or even just convert it directly into sugar. Sealant. This sealant can be used to make simple patterns last, protecting the information written on them. Hold right click while holding a simple pattern in your other hand to apply the seal. Honey coffee. Honey glazed ham. That's hefty. Or candy. Or we can pack it into blocks. If we drain it into honey, we can compact it into blocks still. Or we could glaze apples with it. Or we can make honey buckets. Huh. Okay. It looks like that's about all we can do with it. Plate of honey glazed ham. Alright, that could work. Bees in vanilla Minecraft don't do much, sadly. I really wish they did more. But they're not forestry bees, so they don't produce, like, free iron or anything. They're not forest bees, you see. Can we flood a ravine with honey? Yes, although that sounds utterly horrifying. There is a device that would allow us to flood it with... Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not sure how to feel about the fact that you're suggesting that, because that is actually kind of terrifying. I'm sorry, but that's horrifying. Could you imagine how many wasps that would attract? How many freaking wasps? 2 harvesters, 2 plows, 2 interfaces, 4 utility pipe modules, which then get broken down into a variety of other things. 4 andesite funnels, 4 tunnels. Tunnels would allow us to split off single chunks. For now, the funnels. Because this should allow us to finish up this machine pretty easily. It's dumping, right? The horrors beyond human comprehension are within your grasp. Oh god, I don't know if I want it to be within my grasp. There we go. Yeah! Not all of this sand is gonna get processed, that's honestly fine by me. Hey, clay! Hey! We don't have a... Okay, good. The standard clay doesn't care. And it looks like this is pretty clean, so we should be fine. Hey, take a look at this guy's clay, Tony. This should work just fine. No problems. Show recipes. There are different types of recipes. This one's unused, this one's unused, but those would normally be used. Fishing nets are used for your standard fishing, you know, stuff. And then you got the specialty one, which is really frickin' fancy. Diamond dust. I mean, really. Who wouldn't want diamond dust? Alright. That should be that done. We got clay acquired. Now all we need is some way to acquire large quantities of kelp. Because that will allow us to make andesite in large quantities. In very large quantities. How will we filter it, though? We're gonna need a mixer. Wait, was he wearing a... Why does he have a duck on his head? Okay, I'll take the rubber duck, thanks. Sure. I'm very confused, but I'll take the duck. Sadly, I am unable to wear it. Alright, next step. We need a way to make large quantities of algae. Which means we're gonna need a vat. Something hefty. We don't need it to be immediately full, because that's just not a thing that we need to worry about. Kelp will grow its own water. So a vat. How are we gonna get a massive vat? I'm thinking the thing we're going to be using the sand for, though, is we're going to be taking the... Oh boy. We're going to be taking the sand that we get from there, the standard one, when we are able to. Filter it out of the 100% clay options. Convert those into a limestone and potentially bone meal option. And then from there take... you know, whatever we can. We still need a few farms, honestly. One to mass produce food, one to mass produce... Oh, great. One to mass produce food, one to mass produce the, kelp. I think we're gonna focus entirely on the kelp for now. That seems like the best bet. Because, I mean, I can make a farm pretty easily. Oh god, no. Yeah, there goes that. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Oh, there's now just a crater. We might as well make our own farm, then. Shouldn't take too long to do, though. Yeah, that's deserved. We have our own crossbow, so we can just take a pot shot at one of them if we need to. Old Betsy. There we go. That should do it. We got a little bit more, you know, food, so there's that. Okay, so the question now comes up. Do we use a vat, like a round vat, or a square vat? What kind of form factor should we be looking at? Because we can do either or. It really does not matter which type we use. The only difference is the shape. That's about it. And the shape is going to dictate what style of contraption we use. So, which one do you want to use? Are we using the square or the round? One of which is going to require the clockwork bearing, which we haven't used. Round? Gotcha. We're doing round then. What if I got the... Do I have access to easy building? I guess easy geometry. No. No, I don't. Tragic. We're gonna make a 3 tall, basically, silo shape. That vat is going to contain 3 things. Kelp, water, and a spinning contraption that go brrrr. And that's about it. This spinning contraption that go brrrr is what's going to be actually harvesting the large quantities of material. Hopefully it won't take too long to do so either. Alright, so I'm thinking we're going to want to make it about the same area, that way we can quickly and easily pull the resources down into a area. I don't know why I repeated myself. Into a singular building, an underground building. This processing facility will then be used to mix the kelp and the clay together into an algal blend, which will then get burnt up in a smelter belter. From there, that algal brick will be thrown into a mixer alongside andesite blocks. Those andesite blocks will then be spun together with the algal bricks to make andesite, which will then get fed into a belt of droppers, which then use said andesite to produce a bunch of mechanisms using some of the wood that we acquire from the lumberjack. Yeah, it's a bit of a chain, but it can be done. Now, as for the round, it may be a little less efficient, but it'll be more aesthetically pleasing. It'll look more like aquaponicsy. Gotta play the How Is It Made song while I explain these things. I wish I had the copyright rights to that. I frickin' wish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll go in 9x9 circle shape. Pixel circle oval generator. Cool. We're doing a 9x9. You can play a worse version of it. I guess I could try to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's probably the more... Or we could do an 11x11. Actually, 11x11 will work way better. That's more space. Alright, so we're looking at... 3 blocks in, we start the production of the shell. You're gonna give it some space, though. 1, 2, 3, blup, 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 blup. I want to maximize the amount of material we get out of this. I'm gonna make it a thin circle. Not quite. We need to move it back one. Okay. There we go. This will do nicely. We need to break these out. Go. Just outlining it at this point. Don't care about the depth. And there we go. That's the shape of our circle. It's a chunky boy, but it'll work. It'll work really well. We're gonna need a few devices on this thing. We're going to need at least the central pillar. Look at those curves. They become more pronounced the bigger the circle is, you know. And then shear out the inner wall so we get a good view of it. There we go. Now we're going to need a central area that's more or less untouched. There's the center. We're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 2 blocks worth of automated harvesters. The back end is going to contain our portable inventory accessor, because we're going to have to access it. I'm thinking our best bet for actually rotating this thing is we're going to work off of a top-down system. We're going to come in from the top with our mechanical power, and that's how we're going to actually get it to start spinning. The design phase of this thing shouldn't take too long. Is there any particular material we should make this out of? We got a few different types of oak planks. Some really nice ones, some less nice ones. We could try paneling? How does paneling look? Actually, that doesn't look half bad. Yeah, actually, let's use paneling. Give it a little bit of a nice look to it. Ooh, and if... Yeah, I like it too. I'm glad you like it as well, friend. If we were to take... Toss that in there so we can quickly change it. Make sure it's fully claimed because I don't want any creepers blowing a hole in our water tank. Right, where was I? Welcome back, Cuddlin. We have completed our little, clay generator. It's working. Oh, you fell asleep on your desk. Well, damn. I hope I'm not keeping you up too late, my friend. We got a little clay generator here running pretty smoothly. We've already got, like, almost a half stack. We're just working on the production for algae. God damn, my dude. Should go to bed, yeah. The question is, will you, though? I'd recommend it, but I'm not a doctor. And I don't have much room to criticize on that front. My sleep schedule is absolute trash. Fair enough, Dr. Pudum, it's right there. Well, fair enough. I'm not gonna stop you. Just know that I take no responsibility for any ruined sleep schedules. I apologize. Alright, so our little vat here. This thing is going to take a little bit of work to make, but it should be fine. No calling their parents, Dr. Pudum. I don't have a sleep schedule, my dude. Eh, fair enough. Fair enough. Ooh, and it blends in too. That'll look really nice once it's done. Right now we're just making a vat to actually make the required devices. Or not make the required devices, make the kelp. There we go. Because kelp, unfortunately, is an aquatic vegetable, so we can't really grow it on land. But that doesn't mean it's impossible to be, you know, made. It really does. Also, what the hell is that sound? Oh, it's some fish. Some fish spawned and then died. Okay. Cute. Got some gar in our strainers. I was wondering what that wet slapping was, and then it turned out it was a fish. We've got some gar growing in there. I get the feeling we're gonna have a lot of fish showing up inside of our vat. Hello, gar. Yeah, you swim out to sea now. Or not. That noise, it is pretty sus. And this is a factual statement. Panel up the walls so that it's nice and tall. We're gonna need it to be at least 3 tall. I don't know, just in case one kelp decides to be an overachiever or something. Never know. That and it helps prevent zombies from falling into it. You know they do it. I'll just say something, but I'm not gonna. Oh, don't worry, the implication works just fine. Too tired to restrain myself anyways. Now, you may be wondering what the hell I'm doing. It's pretty simple. I'm going to be making a... I'm going to be filling it up to the brim, and then making the rest of them water flow blocks. Now, the reason why I don't care if it's a water flow block or a source block beneath this is because kelp has a unique ability. See, it can grow in flowing water, but if it does wind up in flowing water for whatever reason, whether or not it's because it grew up into it, or whether because it was planted in flowing water, it'll convert said flowing water into a source block. Which means that it is a great way to fill up that sort of stuff. It just takes some time. Or bone meal. Either or. Up to you. There we go. A little healthier. Which I can just use this to get over here. To get onto the vat. This should work. Let's start making some water. Let that flow, and let that water. There's an easier way of doing it if you had a fluid pump, but I don't, and I can't make one at the moment. The fluid pump, this thing, if I can find it. Really? Not called pump? No, not mechanical pump. Right, it was called the hose. That's what it's called. Hose pulley. The hose pulley is way more effective. This is what we would use, for reference, Dr. Pudum, to fill up a ravine with honey. You crank it down so that it's at the right height. Do I know Joy Cressefa? No, I don't know Joy Cressefa. My apologies. Attached pipe networks can either provide fluid, which fills, or, if you reverse it, suck. He was like one of my OG YouTubers. Hey, fair enough. Fill and drain speed is entirely based on the fluid network's throughput. When fully retracted, the hose pulley cannot operate. Draining runs from top to bottom. I was expecting a ligma drone. Surface level will end up just below where the hose ends. Filling runs from bottom to top. The filled pool will not grow beyond the layer above the hose end. That is what you would use for a ravine. Just put it like a level with the ravine and then just start letting it go. When deploying it into a large enough ocean, it just doesn't pull. Broke up with his BF because his BF wanted a more exciting life. Well, that is unfortunate. But stuff happens. You know what you gotta do. Oh no. Drain the ocean. Is that what you're gonna suggest? Likes to be home alone, is pretty introverted. Yeah, I know that feel. More knows I don't go out much. Alright, let's fill up this thing. I want that ravine full by week's end. I don't think we even have a ravine nearby. Do we? We got an ocean. I want something more, and yeah. That is unfortunate. But stuff happens. Well, yeah. There's always a ravine, I'm sure, Dr. Prudham. There is cave systems. Yeah, fair enough. Well, it's their love life, not mine or yours, so... If that's how it is, that's how it is, right? Ooh, we could actually tile this thing with wood, too, if we really wanted to. Because kelp doesn't actually care what it grows on. It doesn't need dirt, it can grow on, like, literally anything. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Just be careful. Shipping in real life is a dangerous prospect. Alright. So if we use... We don't have any spare kelp. Okay. We need to grab a little bit of seed kelp to work with. Actually, we should probably build the machine first, shouldn't we? And get it spinning before we start planting anything. That combine harvester. Yeah, there's already fish in here. Oh, these poor fish. They won't last the day. Fair enough. I'm thinking we may want to build this out of, like, some sort of, like... thick brace planks, maybe? If they're bad, yeah. Well, that's good. Encased smooth. Does this... It does blend. Good. I'm thinking this is what we're going to use for our spinning contraption appearance. I'm just hoping that this glue does not break in water. I shouldn't have removed that center pole. Good, glue does not break in water. We're going to need 2 poles. One going this way. Will it blend? But it's Minecraft textures. Exactly. Oh, we only need 3 of this one, because we need 1 of them to be the portable interface. Encase smooth. And then 1 last one for the portable. Is this basically a mod with a texture pack for the same block? There's a mod by the name of Chisel. All it does is it adds in a singular tool called a chisel. Go figure. And what it does is pretty simple. You get a block, and it makes things. You can do it with all sorts of blocks. Can't do it with logs, no, but you can do it with, like, dirt, stone. It's got its own blocks, too. Yeah. For bricks if you want it, for carpet if you want it, coals, charcoals, coals, cobblestones, mossy cobblestones, diorite, a lot of things. And, if I understand correctly, you can actually take this and add in your own chisel blocks. If you so desire. Frickin' Purpur. Prismarine. It is entirely an aesthetic mod, that's it. There is also Chisels and Bits, which is this one, which allows you to carve in your own designs into a block. It uses the texture of that block. Basically a vintage story thing. Yeah, sorta. I'd say that Chisels and Bits is closer to the vintage story thing, because it allows you to chisel out your own, like, oh, that's just the sword on the back. It allows you to chisel out your own sculptures and barricades and all that sort of thing. Because it has so many blocks. This is true. So having both chisel and chisels and bits allows you to both have the benefits of chisels and bits, allowing you to carve into things, similar to Vintage Story's carving method. Whereas chisel will allow you to just get special textures that you can then chisels and bits out. Very, very, very handy. Although I'd argue Chisels and Bits has a better way of doing it than Vintage Story, because you don't have to... You can make patterns, which allow you to just like carry over a design into the next one. So if you take a pattern of a pre-chiseled block, you can take that pattern of that block and just apply it to the next one with it like a single click. So you don't even need to put that much effort into it. You can use it for paving pretty easily. Oh, I remember with a mod pack, I made a paving stone design that then had little conduits inside with a liquid inside. I think it was lava, for the sheer dwarfiness of it. So you can do a lot more with it, in my opinion. Not sure what to do with this Gar, but we got Gar. Neptunium nuggets. A bunch of buddy cards. Fish fillet. It's a pretty big fish, too. I just saw John Cena dislocate a guy's elbow in arm wrestling. Oh, Jesus. That poor person. I'm sure he didn't intend to do that. Alright, so we're gonna need a few mechanisms. We need... Okay, so we need at least one for the connector. That's just a fact. We're always gonna need that. We're going to need... Fair enough. Even if you don't listen, I still appreciate you sticking around. I'm gonna forget it all in a few seconds. That's fine. If you want / need me to repeat it, by all means, ask away. What's our radius? 4. So we're also gonna need 2 more for that. We're up to 18 logs already. We're going to need a clockwork bearing. Ooh, okay, no we're not. Bearing? Right, clockwork bearing is different from, right. Mechanical bearing is what we need. So we need a mechanical bearing, which will allow us to spin this thing. To be fair, that is not the weirdest thing I've done at 3 AM in the morning. To be entirely fair. So we need 3 things of... Yeah, okay, we need 3 mechanical blocks to break down into a variety of things. Go on. Have you ever heard of Beat Saber? All I'll say is that I look really stupid. A YouTube short, oof. Wonder if there's a way to speed up the growth. Yes. I played Beat Saber once. Oh, I've played it way more than once and my arms hate me for it. My arms absolutely hate me for it. got my ass kicked by Wii menu music of all things. My dude, Wii menu music is pretty solid, yeah. I always have troubles with frickin' Camellia, if you know who that is. Their songs are a little ridiculous. The people who make maps for them have no goddamn chill. Thankfully, today is not my Beat Saber day, so my arms aren't gonna hate me after this. I should be safe from Beat Sabers. Camellia is a DJ slash music maker. From my understanding. I don't know if they actually DJ, but I do know that they put their music up on YouTube quite a bit. Absolutely zero chill, indeed. I take it you've also played Beat Saber's Camellia maps. First thing I was going to try was Megalovania. Oh, that's a horrible idea. If it's your first time playing Beat Saber, don't play Megalovania. Do not play Megalovania. Especially not the Camellia remix of it. If you have any mercy for your arms. I played quite a bit, but try Berserk's theme. I don't know what Berserk's theme is, but knowing how popular it is, I don't doubt that there's an Expert Plus map in existence. By the way, Inbound, have you actually played Beat Saber recently? Because they recently added some new mechanics. I don't know how recently, but they did add in arcing notes now. So people can force you to really throw your arms up if you want. Basically how it works is you've got a note that you hit, and then it just keeps trailing. It's sort of like those Guitar Hero held notes. No Berserk songs that are less than Expert Plus. Oh dear god. And then that arc can either just terminate on its own or terminate in a note. Which is pretty funky. I haven't beaten Beat Saber yet. Is it even possible to beat Beat Saber? I guess it does have a campaign, but at the same time, I don't know if I'd count that as beating Beat Saber. You know? And I still haven't beaten the campaign. Pop this shrub so that we can make full use of it. One of these days we'll get some asphalt over here. Or like some concrete, some sort of paver. Ooh, and we can even chisel in like some proper lines into them, because we got the chisel. Wait, we played it on stream? Oh damn, frickin' brave of you. Ballsy, my dude. Most of the VOD was muted. That's fair, I can totally see why. And I'm a little bit too paranoid about copyright strikes, because I archive all my streams, so Beat Saber seems like it would be one hell of a landmine. I like the auto mute feature. That makes sense. Lord knows I get pretty pretty ragged. Gonna go play some Deep Rock Galactic with friends? Alright. By all means, I hope you enjoy. Thank you very much for stopping around, Dr. Pootum. Hope you have fun. And, rock and stone. Some berries, just to top off our hunger pretty easily. If Twitch thinks it hears copyright, it auto-mutes that section. That sounds like fun. Rock and stone. Right, so we're gonna need 24... Jesus. 24 kinetic components. That should be doable. It's actually very nice. Fair enough. Although I don't know if Twitch uses the same algorithms as YouTube. Oh god, we're gonna need more logs because we don't have any spare andesite casings. Okay. We can acquire some pretty easily just by doing the usual tactics. We only need 2. Don't get dinged for streaming copyright, but VODs are the hard spot. Yeah, yeah. Twitch is weird in that way, isn't it? I mean, I get why they do it. They don't want to get copyright striked either. Could stream it if you like. I will keep that in mind, though I'm still pretty jumpy about it, because as mentioned, I archive pretty much everything. But I could have that as a non-archived thing. Okay, so we need a metric ton of buttons. 24 to be exact. You know, if you ever need to press some buttons, there you go. You got buttons. Throw together the contraptions. And then mix them up so we can make our device. So we need one of these. We need two of these. And that should do it. Oh yeah, we need a few chests, don't we? I guess we only really need one? I don't know. There we go. Nice and sticky. We may want to throw a ladder on the side of this thing so it's easier to access. Yeah, we'll make a quick ladder, actually. I think we kind of want to do that. Plus, I mean, we already have the materials, so who does it hurt? Little bit of material. 3 ladders. In case we ever need to fill it again. So I must ask, Inbound Whisper, do you have any particularly favorite songs to play? Whether streamed or otherwise, you know? I can't flood the harvesters. That's honestly fine. We need a storage interface here. Pop a hole in it. Stick that there. We're gonna need a reciprocal one. Taste changed a lot? Hey, fair enough. Nothing wrong with saying a variety. I am personally quite partial to the any song that has an arc really tickles my fancy. Something about the arcs is just really fun to play with, you know? And this will allow us to funnel out all the materials that comes out of this. This should work nicely. Any song that has an arc in it. ARC, not ARK. Slightly different. Arcing notes are one of my favorite types of notes. I don't know why, I just really like them. They're really fun to play with. If you want a good example of it, the one of the default songs, Final Boss Chan, by Camellia, has some pretty good arcs in it. Especially right at the start of it. It does a really good job of, like, illustrating, this is what an arc is. Here's how you do it. Come on, stick to it. Yeah. Oh, it got flooded. Cool. I need to check it out. Yeah, it's a new mechanic. It's really cool, too. Alright, we just need one more component. We need that mechanical bearing. That will allow us to actually give it some spin. We can also use it to tailor the... No, actually, we'll use a gear shift for that. We might as well use a gear shift for it. Get the proper rotation. Plus, it also future-proofs it so that if we do wind up reversing that directional spin, then we can still use it regardless. We don't have to make any adjustments, we just have to click a lever and that's it. Right, mechanical bearing. And a gearbox will also help, which will reverse spin, but, you know, we got a way to deal with that. Okay. So, we need a turntable, easy. A shaft, andesite alloy. Okay, this should be really easy to make. That's a nice game. I know. We're not done that yet. But yeah, basically, arcs can either, it's basically a note, just like every other note, go figure. But instead of, just being a single hit, you have to go hit it, and then it will, send out this line that you have to follow. This, line can either terminate just randomly without hitting anything, or it can terminate into another block, which itself can be another arc. One of the more interesting ones I've seen was 4 really quick arcs that had to go, I think it was hit from top, hit from right, hit from any direction, hit from bottom, or something like that. It was really weird. And that'll stick to that. Alright, so now we just need the gearbox to go like that. It is a very unique thing. I do kind of want to design this so that it looks like it's being supported, so we're going to quickly throw together a basic support structure. And that'll do. Plus it'll also house the lever that'll flick this thing on and off. They are really fun, although there's not a lot of custom maps that have it yet for some reason. I don't know why. It might just be because it's freaking new, but that's my best guess. Throw that there. Oh god, we're gonna need belts on belts on belts. Alright, here we go. There's our spare belts. We don't have a lot of them, but we do have some. There's sufficient beltage. They also have a lot of... Sorry if I haven't been responding quick, been working on Cherry-chan emote. I don't know what Cherry-chan is, but that sounds adorable. And that's absolutely fine, my dude. I don't mind. If you're busy, you're busy, so don't worry about it. Let's throw together some cogwheels. I'm so going to bed soon. Good. I don't want you losing sleep, my dude. Okay. That spins fast. Okay, maybe a little bit of a speed down. Noom. God damn it. I'm sorry, but that's freaking hilarious. Chair stream when I step away. Ah, I see. I wonder why it's pausing. Oh, it's because it's hitting the portable. Right, that explains it. I think we need to gear shift this a little bit. This is excessive. Oh, right, that's because we haven't stepped it down. That would explain it. Okay, we need to step this thing down by a lot. Jesus Christ. Spin! Chair-chan emote. That is a pretty creative idea. Void wants to know how you're liking this. I am enjoying it pretty well. We got some jank, but allow me to illustrate some jank real quick, Dark Angel. You see, this machine is a Kelp Harvester. Anything it's too slow. This is a Kelp Harvester. Its job is pretty simple. All it does, it harvests kelp. I mean, there's some fish in there too, but we didn't put them there. When we start this thing up, because this is technically gear shifted to... I don't know how many RPM that produces, but about 4 times speed, give or take? This thing does this. It's a little bit too fast, you know? It could be a mob harvester as well. Yeah, it just beheads them with the sheer force of it swinging around. Alright, so we're gonna need a... we're gonna need to slow this thing down. Which means we need a few more, buttons. Oh, so how you doing, Dark Angel? Welcome. Glad to have you. Welcome back. We've managed to build our lumberjack and our clay generator, so we're doing pretty well so far. You're doing? Fair enough. Our current project is going to be just followed. Indeed. Inbound Whisper is pretty good. He is not a VTuber, but you know, he's still a great streamer. So hopefully you enjoy him as well. We got the small cog wheels we're gonna need. We're gonna need to do a little bit of gear shifting pretty easily. To have a redeemable is me dressing up in a maid outfit for 100k. Oh god. You know, you'd probably have an easier time than me doing that. Getting the maid outfit. Question. Are they suggesting that you wear cat ears as well? Go full ooh-woo. You see. Don't you think about skipping that idea? Helen is pretty, high energy, let's say. That's a bit more reasonable. Don't give them ideas. Well, now you know what I gotta do. Nah, he's talking about channel points, not bits. Although that would be an idea for bits. Now to get some pretty solid seed kelp. Something to start the process. Make sure that we do collect every last strand of the vegetable. Yoink. We're gonna be mixing this into clay. I may need to do the bits thing, though. Enough bits and you'll put on the maid outfit? That is an option. I will avoid giving them any unnecessary ideas. Don't worry, Inbound. Don't worry. My legs are built in very pasty white. You say that like it's a bad thing. Alright, we're going into the threshing blades. Ow. Yeah, there we go. That's how you like them. Whee! Spin! Now, we can't harvest the central point, but we can harvest the rest of it. I'm gonna actually turn this off real quickly, so I can actually handle the work that needs to be done. And that'll do. Just need to flip it around, and that's fine. So now look down and plant at the same time. I don't think that would work, because you can actually plant kelp on top of kelp. So I think we'd have some bald spots. I need more kelp. But this should work really well at actually generating large quantities of kelp. All it does is sits there and spins. That's all it does. But yeah, I get the feeling... Honestly, have you done much Create Inbound Whisper? Because I get the feeling you'd really dig it. The sheer amount of mechanical shenanigans you can pull with it. I think you'd absolutely love it. Unfortunately, you can't make a car out of it, but you can make some really cool stuff. Want an elevator that also digs at the same time? You can build it. It's pretty easy to build, actually. Want to make a gigantic machine that just eats a chunk? It can be done. It's going to take a lot of resources, but you can do it. And the resources are reusable, so I mean, once you do it the first time, you can do it the second time, too. Speaking of, I think that's going to be a project at some point. Maybe an off-stream project, mostly just to make sure that you're not watching me just build like 50 frickin' drills. But still, a project. Just devour a chunk. Why generate andesite when you can just take it? Make a moat out of chunks. I would want to make a portable house. Yeah, that could be done, actually. I think that could be pretty easily done. If you were to take... So there's a device called the... I think it's called the... cart assembler? I can look it up real quick. You know me, I would find a way. Oh, it's really easy. The way I'm thinking of, anyways. Moving contraptions, movement anchors. There it is, the cart assembler. This allows you to make an entire structure on a minecart. They will mount attached structures to passing minecarts pretty easily. So if you put a block there, suddenly the cart's got a block on it. Without a redstone signal, we'll disassemble the passing cart contraption. Easy as. And you can do this sort of thing. So yeah, you could absolutely do it, and then you could pick it up. I told Ren about my pawn in your game, they don't believe me, that's mega OP. So, yes, Inbound, you could absolutely make a moving house. You can make Howl's Moving Castle if you so wanted to. Cart contraptions will rotate to face their cart's motion. The arrow indicates which side of the structure will be considered the front. I once. Welcome to the shenanigans that is Create. I do kind of want to make that, this device here, though, because that would make tunneling so easy. Oh, the contraption's orientation will never change. Huh. Oh. Powering either of them will create a carriage contraption. That's actually kind of cool. I like it. Yes, I'm going to carry 2 carts. That would actually be... Actually, now that I think about it, that would be a really cool creation. If you were to have like a subway, you could have like 2 rails going down this long tunnel, and then have a bunch of carts just roll along. That sounds rad, actually. Okay, then. Oh god, I'm starting to hear weird. Okay, gotta sleep. Alright, I hope you have a good nap, Cuddlin. Please, stay asleep. I love having you, but at the same time, you need to sleep, friend. Furnace carts will keep themselves moving because they can keep moving. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there you go, Inbound Whisper. I think this is a pretty good advertisement for Create. There are also mods that further modify Create. Well, I love having you, Cuddlin. It's my fault. Ugh. Oof. Responsibility, oh no. My one weakness. Grab some of this to help seed out the kelp, just a little bit. Anyway, see ya. Have a good sleep, Cuddlin. Thank you very much for stopping by. I always appreciate it. Hope your dreams are good. There we go. That should be all of the... Oh, no, we're missing some parts. Well, I mean, you're not saying, hey, wanna buy subscribers and followers? So, I mean... I greatly appreciate that. Alright, let's flick this thing on. Hey! It's functioning just fine. And it's connecting cleanly, so that will work wonderfully. Over time, this thing will fully fill up with water. We could theoretically use it for a source of water, but it's not a perfect way to do it. I mean, it would function, but it's not perfect. By any stretch. Nor would it be able to handle large quantities of water draw. Now, the only thing we need to do now is collect the kelp. I think the best way to do that is probably to go ahead and pull it from here. We can just transmit power across the entire area pretty easily. Actually, this would be the perfect spot to transmit power from, because we can go straight underneath of that. Not quite, never mind. But I think I actually know the way we can do it. Yeah, actually, I think I got it. Throw that there, that there. May not rest now, there are monsters nearby, that's fine. The monster is me. Yeah, this'll work. We can go under... Yeah, if we do this, we can go underneath of that. It ain't perfect, admittedly, but it is functional. Yeah, no, I'm breaking the stuff, but it is what it is. Needs must. Let's see, if we throw these along here, those will steadily fill that in, and we can... Yeah, there we go. And we're sealed again. No need to worry. So if we do... Okay, we're gonna need one belt here. Not like that. Here. We're gonna need one belt here. Not like that. God damn it. There we go. God, I wish Minecraft played its music more often, honestly. It's really pretty music, it's just that I don't hear it much, because the game just doesn't want to play it. And I don't know why. It's a shame, it's very pretty music. Place these here. Okay. Plug that up. And there we go. All we need now is a pair of belts. Shouldn't be too hard to do. I hope we got the materials to do it. Oh god, please tell me we have the belts. We don't have the belts. No belts. Well, guess I'm breaking some more flowers. Mashing them. Crushing them beneath my, my mighty press. My mighty weight. Giving them a real good squinch. What color flower should we destroy today? I'm thinking red. We haven't used red in a while. Eventually this lovely flower meadow that started out as a gorgeous little place of nature, of tranquility, of shrubbery, is going to be converted into nothing but factories. Made into a brutal... efficiency first area. I do really enjoy the creation of these things. Especially given we are absolutely frickin' 100% green right now. There is no actual pollution happening right now. Just a destruction of the environment on a more basic level. We haven't touched not alcohol. We haven't touched gasoline. We haven't touched the exposure of carbons. The only thing we've really got is like rubber, and we're using it pretty effectively for belts, and that's about it. so far, at least. We're getting there. I don't know if we'll ever actually hit up gasoline at some point. Or the refining of, well, oils and all that. I could use some coal. We don't have any coal right now. I can still set up the funnels. Those poor fishes. Oh, good. It's a lot of fish. I wonder if we can harvest them. Is there a way to harm entities? Yes. There is. They're called Sawmills. Looks like this won't capture the kelp near the center. But we'll capture everything around it. We need some wood. Something to work with here. Some spruce should do just fine. We can burn it up into charcoal. Now make a decent selection. Oh, this thing's filled up, huh? Phew, yeah, it's filled. Okay, that's a thing. You may want to deal with that at some point, but right now is not that time. Throw some logs in, it's fine. Is there another way to carve up some bone meal somehow? I guess we could use apatite, but apatite requires mixing with other stuff. I'm talking sand, I'm talking... Apatite can be mixed with niter and sand in order to make phytogrow, which is a extremely potent fertilizer. Can also be turned into cyan dye. Oh, it's actually worth a pretty penny. Looks like we can just mix it too, which would be quite helpful. Apatite ground up also can be compacted into a crystal, or can be converted into an apatite reagent, or can be mixed into phytogrow. But that is about it. We'll have the charcoal to make some more rubber, though, which is the important thing. Those sticks won't last, but it'll be enough to make charcoal. There we go. Nice and easy rubber. Something to spin up the wheels of progress here. Oh, we got a white tulip. That's cool. Belts, belts, belts. Hey, wonder how many belts we've used. Freaking countless by now, I'm sure. Hide those mechanisms again, because we don't need them to be exposed. There we go. There we go. Now it'll extract all the reagents that it... Okay, we got some fish spawning and getting stuck on top of them. There we go. Now you're vomiting out your material. Now we got some kelp collection going. It's steady, but it'll go for quite a while. We could upgrade it by throwing on a middle harvester, because that would allow it to capture everything that's missing right now. At least theoretically. There's the underwater garden. Now we just need the algal blender. So, how are we gonna do this? Well, we're gonna need a machine. Go figure. We're going to need a way to pull in the ingredients from both sides. We're gonna need both clay and, well, greenery. This will allow us to do quite a bit if we can automate this thing. To hell and back. I do like this though. God damn it. So we're gonna need a room for this to happen in. I'm thinking something underground. Something comfortable, you know? Something tight. Something to really make it functional. Damn it, Dark Angel. Oh, damn it. Let's see, throw this dirt here. We're going to need to set up somewhere in here. Somewhere in here. The thing I'm concerned about is how we're going to go about sorting out the andesite, because we can't really do that efficiently, can we? I mean, we could try, but that wouldn't work too great. I can... Hold on, piston extender. Can't we... Can we case it? No? No? Okay. I was hoping we could case it, but no. At least not that it's aware of. We could put... I kind of wish we had, like, iron grates or something from quark. That would work pretty well. Okay, so... We're gonna need some way of getting into there. I'm thinking something... We don't need a very fancy entrance. What we need is a entrance that'll work. Create mod woo. Hello, Void Region. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. We've managed to automate the creation and collection of andesite, automate the creation and collection of kelp, automate the creation and collection of lumber, and process it for a 1.5 times boost. Now we're trying to put these together. And that's going to be the hard part, because we can't actually... Or at least we can't easily move things around yet. We don't have access to applied energistics. If you have any questions, by all means, feel free to ask. I would be happy to try to explain them to you. As to how, like, various machines work, what we had to do to make them, all that sort of stuff. Oh, I did not fail the process of making a kelp farm. I did make a really interesting kelp farm when I first started this, because I accidentally used a pretty fast rotation speed on it. It's not perfect yet, it could use some work, but it is functional. It produces kelp at a moderate clip, we'll say. It's only been online for like, what, 10 minutes? And it's already produced 47 kelp? It's a big old vat. It's pretty simple. Kelp grows, these harvesters hit them, they collect them, they spit them out into this funnel. Yeah. Although when we had it, it was working at 4 times the speed. It was just going at frickin' full speed. How do you make it into a generator? As in, like, you harness the rotational force for that, or what are you referring to here? How do you make it into a generator using the kelp? Well, it kind of is generating. It's just not generating power, it's generating... well... it's generating kelp. Theoretically, we could use a windmill bearing instead to power this thing, but I don't really want to do that, honestly. It's eh. We've already got one windmill, we don't need another. Speaking of, I should really make this more pretty. Yeah, I don't think we can generate rotational power using kelp, sadly. There is no kelp spinner. A water wheel would make the rotation slower, but it would also mean that I kind of have to give it a dedicated water wheel to make it run. Because there's no way in hell we'd be able to really run anything else off of that water wheel. Water wheels are... Their stress ability, or their stress capabilities are pretty lackluster, honestly. Yeah, you can, don't get me wrong, it's very easy to change the rotation. Incredibly easy. Hell, I could do it without using gearboxes. But it's more of a problem of... Honestly, it's not super useful to use a water wheel. We might as well just use the windmill. It's really more of a... We don't need to use anything other than the windmill yet, so we're not going to. That being said... Let's build our little facility, shall we? Something to work with. Now, we're going to have to make this a little cramped. I don't want to waste too much space. First thing that needs to happen, the clay and the kelp need to be brought into a specific point. That point being a basin. That basin will spin, will get mixed up with a mixer, which will then proceed to generate the algal blend that we require. That's the first part. Second part, that needs to go straight into a smelter. That's pretty easy to do. All we really need to do is place the... Dang it, eat. All I really need to do is place the smeltery at the exit of the basin. That way they will be immediately baked and thrown off to the next part. From there, we need to take that algal blend, mix it into those algal bricks. Mix them in with andesite. That will allow us to produce andesite alloy in vast quantities. Stop forgetting to live. My brain is too focused on trying to do big brain things. That's the problem. From there, we need to get those andesite alloys directly into a pair of deployers. Those deployers will then take those alloys and apply them to slabs, which will create kinetic mechanisms at a much lower cost than they would be if we were to make them by hand. Yes, my brain is turning slightly into mush. And by slightly, I mean pretty quickly. Quarry isn't quite accurate, but yeah, basically. We are going to need more belts, too, though. That's the thing. That's not going to be enough belts. But we are going to have to set up something. Hold on. Create. Can a deployer deploy from the side in a... What's the term for it? Because if it can, that'll change things drastically. Sequenced assembly. Sequenced assembly. Currently only deployers and mechanical saws are used in sequenced assembly, although support for mechanical presses and spouts exist, which are used here. When using sequenced assembly, there's a chance for the recipe to fail, or return a different item instead of the desired one. Okay, it doesn't say, though. That's interesting. Quarries are quite easy to make on Create. Yeah, if you have a lot of iron, that's the problem. We don't. We kind of have to do it by hand, sadly. We can't just set up a big old press that goes chunk. Okay, so hear me out. If I take a pair of deployers, put a depot down. I'm gonna do a little bit of science here. A little bit of, brainying. That sort of thing. We only need the basics. We do need some materials to actually build with, though. Because we need to actually make these into deployers so that we can actually crank them and, you know, use them. Wait, what? Oh, god damn it, I just realized something. I could have been using sequence assembly this entire time for the kinetic mechanisms and just been doing it by hand. God damn it. A pair of hand cranks is perfectly enough. It's perfectly sufficient. God damn it. All this effort. Oh no, I only need to make a pair of deployers and a couple frickin' hand cranks. God damn it. Well, we know now. God damn it. Oh, frickin' hell. The realization dawned a little too late. But hey, now I know and I can apply it for the next steps. I can make prototypes designs that aren't really used, are meant for fully automated. Hate to say, old friend, but I must prep stream. By all means, I will not keep you. Thank you very much for stopping by. I think we had a good talk. I hope your stream goes well, friend. Good luck with the maid outfit. We should be almost completely stocked on wood. We need a little bit more. Oh god, why remind me? You know why. There we go. We still need to make the actual deployers, though. That shouldn't be too hard to do. All we need to do is make a couple buttons. Make some cogs, basically. Make some cogger designs. From there, we can potentially make this work. There we go. That'll allow us to saw that up for a little bit more wood. That should be sufficient amount of material. We do have the andesite casings. We only need 2. We are going to need another hand crank, but hand cranks aren't that expensive to make, so who cares? We still need to make... yeah, the freaking hand crank. I forgot about the hand crank, and I can't believe I did. God damn it. Oh, we actually need more andesite. Okay. We need more alloy, apparently. God damn. You're just chewing through this stuff. Thankfully, we have plenty of kelp and clay to work with. We don't even need to go hunting for it. 16 of each. That should be plenty to make the requisite devices. Oh wow, it produces a lot. Algae blender. Algae blender. We need 32 andesite to make the alloy. That'll give us a stack, give or take. I'm not sure what to do with all that diorite. The diorite seems pretty useless for the most part. I'll go bricks, yeah. Oh, we already know we have to do it. That'll be the first one, which we can use to prepare for the second one. One deployer. Okay. God damn it. My internet has decided to die. Disconnected. I was wondering why. Stream is disconnected. My internet decided to die. Steam, is this you? No, it's not Steam. No, it's just the frickin' internet. God damn it. Am I back? The internet decided to suddenly go down to 1 bar, and then recover. My apologies, friends. I hope I didn't lose you for too long. Right, so we got... You haven't missed much. I've mostly just reapplied the deployer. God damn it. Why am I stream die like that? Well, there's not much I can do about that. Not right now, at least. Ah, well. Throw together the mechanisms. Okay. Everyone's still here? Yeah, some of you are still here. Cool. Good. Good. I was hoping that people didn't suddenly get yeeted out, you know? Alright, so, here's my idea. We attach a plank there, because they like to deploy pretty close to each other, right? I guess this would be here, wouldn't it? To fit it. No, not like that. Yeah, something like that. So if we were to take our beloved saw, a pair of andesite alloy, and a second hand crank. I don't really care about green hearts, so we'll just, you know, use it. We need a... We already have all the pieces? I think we already have all the pieces. Yeah, we have all the pieces. There we go. A pair of hand cranks. This is a prototyping effort right here. We're doing some real big brain stuff. God, I hope this works, because if so, then I can make this so much smaller. Because otherwise I would have to use 3 deployers to just basically clamp down each piece. But if I can just use a depot that tosses things over to the next area without much issue, then why not, right? Oh, place push. Put these down. Alright. Let's give you the saw. We'll give the other one the andesite alloys. And that'll cover most of it. Okay, let's test this. We might lose some materials, much like my internet decided to lose its mind. But this could work well. No, it does not. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. We tried. But sadly, yes, we do need to make the full thing. We can still use this, though. Because it's still cheaper, by far, to make it, by hand. I guess by deployer. So we're gonna do that. No, you go here. Yeah, that does work. It's much slower, admittedly, but it is functional. And it's cheaper is the important part. If we can make it cheaper, we can make it cheaper, right? Okay, throw another slab onto there. Throw some more andesite in. God, I can't believe I wasn't using this more. This is a lot cheaper to do. By frickin' leaps and bounds. Just because I don't have to go through the whole process of hunting down a ton of frickin' logs. It is not nice on my hunger bar, but, you know, sacrifices. Pop that in there. We're gonna need some more food. There we go. Just a little something something. Crank it. Couple more andesite alloy. Give it like a little crank. Let it spin. One more, and then we're done doing this for a little bit. There we go. That'll do it. And we just need to make the last deployer so that we can actually make this thing. Now note, this is not perfect. It will require some work. We're gonna have to make the deployers functional. Because if we can do that, then we can speed up our process of actually making the rest of the machines. Okay. Okay, so we need first and foremost to take these resources and throw them through another sawmill. Something to, you know... Actually, no, we want to... So we're going to want to have a sawmill. And we're going to want to be able to just take the lumber, throw it in, at least for now, until we can actually filter it. Throw it in and let it create the boards first. The boards are going to be vital, but that should be pretty easy to do. Second step, we're going to need to be able to... Actually, no, we don't need to worry about the boards right now. We can actually just have that be fed in as a resource. We're mostly just looking to fully fill up everything else. Never mind. Okay, this can go here. Okay. Okay. Let's start digging out a little bit of a hole. Something to work with. I'm thinking we can use a fan to pretty easily make a smeltery without much issue. That shouldn't be hard, and more importantly, We can pretty easily make this work with our existing infrastructure. Since we are right next to our windmill, we can just tap right into that. I think we're probably gonna make the smeltery like right along this wall, so here, along this way. That'll produce our andesite and our other materials. I do really want to, you know, make a solid area for it, though. I want it to be underground. And that way it can just sort of pop up in the middle and provide us with our materials as needed. There we go, shovel. I guess we can make a throwaway, or sorry, disposable tool factory, where it just makes a bunch of stone tools out of the stones we don't use. Basically make stone tools so we can throw them away immediately afterwards. Use it for whatever we need to, and then just sort of toss it because it's stone and who cares. A masterfully napped stone tool thrown to the side because it's made of stone, so who cares? We should be able to chisel this up pretty quickly. Theoretically, at least. I don't want any soil on this, though. We're gonna have to make some way of getting out of here, though. I'm thinking maybe ladder? Yeah, ladder could work. Topsoil be gone. For now, this'll do, though. Okay. So we have a ton of soil, which we don't care about. We're gonna have to dig out a little bit of a pit in order to make this work. Okay, so here's what we do. I think. Okay, so we're going to avoid automating the production of slabs right now, because we can just make the slabs ourselves and we get the exact same efficiency rate. We are going to have to move the kelp and clay into the respective containers, though, or into the respective basin. So, our basin, where is it going to be placed? I think we should place it somewhere a little high up. We'll need a whisk, so we'll need a little bit of iron flattened. About 5 iron, I think? We don't have any iron, never mind. Well, we can collect some iron pretty easily and smelt it down into something usable. Something effective. What was that sound? Oh, that was the, cobble grinder, right? Okay, so a little bit of iron to help mesh it together. Because we need a whisk, so we need to actually spin that stuff. The whisk will cost 5, the fan will cost 4, so we don't need to worry that much. What else can we make use of? We could use... No, we only really need 1 fan to bake the algal blend once it's in there. We're going to need another mixer to make the actual andesite, so that's 2 whisks, which means we need a total of 14 iron now. Doable, but not great. Uh-oh. That's a bad sound. God, I wish I had some record players to listen to or something. Boom, boom. Ooh, that's a charged service. That is something we need. We're just gonna grab that immediately. Yeah, no, we're taking it. Sorry, Spider Eye, you're not as valuable. This is important. This will allow us to actually make our first steps into applied energy system when we get the ability to. This'll do. I don't really care where the iron's from, just that it is iron. That should make up the remaining iron ore we needed. Yep, this should do. This should do. We'll just take the express elevator up. Man, that cobble generator is doing frickin' good work. We can't really sort out the andesite, so for now we'll call it a semi-automation type deal. We're gonna have to act as the sorter for now. It's unfortunate, but we are going to have to be the sorter. It means we have to do things, but at the same time, we don't really have a better option right now. Ba-dum-bum. Yeah, and in case Fan can do it without the need for fuel, that's the important thing. Arming the deployer. It will be good to stock up on a couple of saws for the mechanism assembly. However, they're not nearly consumed as quickly as something that would require an automated supply. Yeah. Diamond saws work great, especially because they are ungodly tough. I mean, we do have an iron saw, but it's still not great. We've already, like, worked through a decent amount of it. There we go. So 5 of this is going to have to be put into the ingot mold, and 9 of it is going directly into the mold for the block format. Yeah, that should do it. Just a little bit of iron to top us off, you know? Gotta make sure we're set. We don't have nearly enough andesite. Okay, then. That's certainly something. We're probably gonna have to repurpose this basin. Probably. Of course, we can also just do it ourselves and make our own. Again. Make more algal blend, cook it up and all that. Yeah. God, I can't wait until we just get algal blends put together, mixed with andesite, and ready to go. Andesite alloy without having to put any effort in ourselves. Can't wait. Once we get that going, we should be set. These will make for some effective devices. That's one whisk right there. Oh god, and we're gonna need to... Oh god. There we go. That'll get at least a little bit of the material in. Throw those together so we got something at least. Make a whisk. We're gonna need 2 of them, but 1 is good. And this will make our second whisk, as well as our fan for actually cooking the thing. Yeah, this should work. We got a lot of mechanisms we're gonna have to make, but we should be fine. So our next step... What is the next step, I guess? We need 3 more mechanical components, but at the same time... Yeah, goddammit. We need 3 of them. Alright, let's just make them the standard way, I guess. It's not great, but it'll do. Okay, so we need plenty of wood. Something to, you know, not give a damn about, that we can just burn up into a variety of, other materials. Our best bet is probably gonna be... What actually is our best bet? I guess the spruces? Yeah, those would do just fine. There's quite a bit of it. We're gonna need 24 blocks of it total, so we need a lot of it. This should do just fine. Yoink. And just because these aren't shrubs, we'll actually replant them. You know, give them a little consideration at least. Aside from that, we still need to process a decent amount of wood, which is currently being done right now, into planks so that we can get the buttons that we need to actually make the cogs. God, there's a lot of steps that we gotta do, isn't there? I'm thinking when it comes to cog automation, we can probably make it so that it's a filter and only like 2 machines. So we don't have to do one gigantic line of sawmills and deployers. That's probably our best bet, right there. Instead of doing the gigantic long line or a bunch of spaghetti noodles, we can just do one big one, basically. Ow, ow. Forgot that saws are dangerous. For just a second. There we go. Plenty of oak. And there we go. Alright, mechanisms. Oh god. And now we can build the actual devices we need. God damn. Preparations. Cool. What the hell's that? Crafting blueprints. I don't know what those are. And a painting. Placed on a wall can be used to specify ingredient arrangements for easier manual crafting. Each slot represents a recipe. Huh. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Right there. Skeleton. Paintings ++. Skellington should be a decent person to hang out with. Eat so you don't die and make some dang armor. You see, armor requires metal, and all of our metal is currently spoken for, sadly. That's the problem. We can't really spend excess metal on that, because we don't have a decent supply of it. Otherwise, I would absolutely love it. Don't get me wrong, I would love some armor right now. Make leather armor. We don't have leather. And I'd have to spend time actually going about... Okay. And, finding and farming up some cows in order to get it, you know? Kill cows. But they're innocent creatures. They're poor, innocent creatures. Why would we murder such innocent beings? The poor things. Alright, so we got one path generally worked out. Actually, we might want to make it... Something like this. And then it spits onto a hopper, which then spits into the basin. Although that takes more metal. Oh god. Something like this. Like this. And then like this, and then like this. Straight into the basin. Yes, this'll work. This'll work. You need a basin to work with at the moment, but we can still make it. Basin. And what this will do is it'll basically spit it out into the basin that's going to be waiting for it. Mixer to help out. Oh god, that might not work actually. Basin like this? That still work? Processing items in the basin. It can hold items and fluids for processing. After a processing step, bases will try to output below to the side of them. If you have a depot there, it'll show an output faucet. Number of options are applicable here. Basin into basin. Outputs will be caught in the inventory below. Without output faucet, the basin will retain items created in its processing. Okay. This can be useful if outputs should be reused as ingredients. Okay. Next step, mechanical mixer. The mixer and basin, some crafting recipes can be automated. It just doesn't spin. Any shapeless crafting recipe plus a couple extra ones. Some of them may require the heat of a blaze burner. Okay. Compacting with the mechanical press. Okay. Pressing items held in a basin will cause them to be compacted. Compacting includes any filled 2x2 or 3x3 crafting recipe, plus a couple extra ones. Okay. Some of them may require the heat of a blaze burner. Okay. That is something. We're also going to need another belt going this way. Just, you know, something to get to the Kelp Farm, which is a ways away. Salutations once again, Dr. Pudum. How was your mining? Good, I hope? Fruitful, perhaps? We're currently working on trying to get the algal blend processor running. And slightly annoying Dark Angel by not using armor or eating. Some highs and downs, fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Right now we're just excavating a tunnel for our various products to pass through before reaching the basin and mixer. Hopefully we can actually reach there. I'm hoping. Things can pass under there, right? Pretty sure they can. Now the limit to belts is 20, so it shouldn't be too hard to deal with, but... We put this here. Not like that. Like this. If you got any suggestions, by all means, feel free to you know, throw them out there. If I can do them, I will try to do them. With some exceptions, like armor, but, you know. Let's see. We need 1, 2... Mostly because we can't actually afford armor right now. We're, broke on that front. The ravine full of honey, yeah. I am well aware of it. Come on. There we go. I'm certainly trying to get this to work. We might need to do another... Oof. That's a lot. We were to do... Alright, let's count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There it is. And we can also use the rotation for this. They're already using the exact same direction, so we don't really care. This will allow us to use this rotation instead of the other ones, for the most part. We're going to need a belt there. That'll run that belt. Another belt here, which will run this belt. There we go. Now this is the harder one, because we actually have to set this up. If we just did a pair of gears, that wouldn't work. Or would it? No, that wouldn't work. So we need to set up a full-on gearbox situation here. Gearbox right here, that should do that. Yeah, that'll work, I think. I hope. How would you rotate? It would rotate the wrong way. God damn it, we have to do another... We have to do quite a few weird things in order to make this work, but it should be doable. Oh yeah, we got a painting. I forgot about that for a second. We did try to do the sequential assembly by hand. We quickly discovered that's not really doable, despite our best efforts. I mean, we could try, but it wouldn't work very well. We do need that basin, or at least something akin to a basin. Yeah, we should be able to do that. If we do 4 of this, and 4 of this, I guess enough algal blend to use up the last of that charcoal, which will then allow us to produce a quantity of useful stuff, andesite, essentially. Which will allow us to make a spare basin in order to make some more, you know, rubber out of the flowers that we have collected from the area. Ah, yes, we also found a charged Certus quartz crystal, which is frickin' vital, as anybody who's done applied energistics knows. They are obnoxious to find, but holy hell, you need them. You only need 1 to start everything off, but that one, it can be a real pain in the butt. Alright, so we need... Well, we need that to grow, first and foremost. We also need to make this start running. That will require 1 belt, 2 belts, 3 belts, 4 belt, 5 belt, Jesus, 6 belts. 6 belts, so that means we need an entire stack of flowers. And 4 buckets of water. Yep. Not exactly the cheapest, but it can be done. An entire stack of flowers isn't too hard to get our hands on in this flowery place. We'll crush them up into a lovely belt. Use that to make some interesting designs. And yeah, that should work. Entire frickin' stack of flowers. Gone up in rubber. 54, that only needs 8 other flowers to actually run. There's something kind of meditative about this mod pack. It's nice to have a machine-based thing that's almost entirely about automation. I don't know, is this entertaining to watch? I don't know. But I'm enjoying it quite a bit. No, I don't want my pickaxe in there, I want the tulips in there. We need this. Give me the water. You like it? Well, I'm glad. Because I've been enjoying it quite a bit. But, you know. I don't know if everybody would be interested in watching me try to figure out how to make things go spin. You know? Spin is nice and all, but... yeah, a little limited. We should probably start automating rubber production sooner rather than later. I'm thinking that's going to be the first thing we're going to make right after the creation of the kinetic mechanism builder. Once we get that, we're going to immediately work on automating the creation and curing of rubber. Because we can do that pretty easily. All we need is a arboreal extractor to get the resin. Then from there we take the resin and squimch it. And then lastly, we take the squimched rubber and we produce a rather fancy device by the name of, well, you know what I'm talking about. Belts. I'm talking to eat. Why would I need to eat? That's ridiculous. Eating is for people who need food. Yeah, we'll use the frickin' oak for now. It's not the best, but it'll do. Automate eating. Is that possible? No. No, it is not. Sadly, I can't automate eating. Although I wonder, could I automate the growing and slaughtering of cows? I have like entire patties dragged along a minecart contraption that just waits for the cows to grow. Deploy a bunch of wheat onto it. Cause them to breed. Just have this whole freaking stack, like some sort of weird game show of cow paddocks that are breeding them, and then just have sawmills come down and grind them up when they're ready to go. Jeez, that'd be horrifying. Theoretically effective. I need a gearbox and more belts. Yeah, we need more bits. All the bits. All the things. All the thingamabobs. The devices. Freaking so many of them. So there's a fir tree we've been tapping into for a while now. I'm wondering if we should probably start setting up some hand-cranked sawmill techniques. All we would need is like a single sawmill, a sticky piston, and our hand crank. We could theoretically just prepare a tree and then chop down the entire thing. Because sawmills only have to break the last thing holding it to the ground. We have to go up the whole thing and chop it down. It would be an interesting quick deploy contraption. Wonder if that's like a whole category of create device. Quick deploys. Where you build it and then you use it and then you immediately take it back down. It'd have to be really low stress, because you can only do so much with a hand crank. But it would be interesting to see. That's nice, bird. There are some mods that allow you to automate eating. I'm thinking of, I think it's Mind Factory Reloaded? Something like that? Where you can just load up a syringe with meat and then stick it in your brain and there you go. But that's not in this mod pack, sadly. You cannot automate the process of eating. Although you could automate the process of creating food. In large quantities, too. Oh yeah, we actually chopped down a tree. Nice. We need some cogs. These cogs will provide the basis for our gearbox. Ow. There we go. One gearbox to transmit power. Unlimited power. I have to wonder when we're gonna hit the limit of our windmill, because it's gonna happen eventually. It's just a question of when. That windmill has an amazing amount of stress capacity, but it can't pull it off forever. It will eventually run out of stress capacity, and then we will run out of our ability to actually make this run. At that point, we'll need to upgrade it with a secondary blade. There we go. That should fill our needs for the most part. And then we can just remove the collection bin in favor of something a little more, I don't know. Frugal? Hey, there we go. That's the kelp path made. If that spins that way, that'll spin the wrong way. We need another gearbox. Oh, no, we don't actually. Do we? We might. Okay, I think we're gonna need a pair of gears on this, just to make it spin the right way. Because if I understand the rotation correctly, we're gonna get the wrong spin. It's gonna go backwards rather than the way we want it to. Which would suck. Go figure. Okay, so that means we need more frickin' andesite. You guys can stay here for now. Oh, we got some more. We do have enough cogs, good. Okay, just barely enough cogs, but some. It should theoretically work. Something like this. Nope, I was wrong. I was very wrong. Get that belt back in place so that we can actually run this sucker. Well, maybe we can run that off of that, but I want to try to compact this as much as possible. It's not possible to perfectly compact it, but it will compact it for the most part. We need more gears. So many gears. Not quite metal gears, but still gears, nonetheless. That'll be fine. A little bit of kelp to wash it down. That's nice. What this will theoretically do is it'll capture the clay and kelp input and throw it into a, you know, whole process for it. Process it, make it into the andesite we'll need. Hopefully make this work. Who knows? We don't need nearly this much fur, so we're gonna convert a lot of it into fuel by burning it. I know, it's not exactly the best, but it will do, it'll do. For the most part. We need another andesite casing. That means we need a block of wood, or a log rather. Might as well, right? Yeah. I do wish we could get some more effective tools for this, but right now we're limited by how much we can produce, you know? It's not exactly the most efficient, but it'll work for the most part, for now. I desire this wood, thank you. So I shall be taking it. It is mine now. God, those are some screamy owls. You know, it might actually be better served by fur. Because then when it does happen to grow, it'll grow really fast. Or it'll put out a lot of wood for us, rather. Here's a better way of putting it. It'll put out massive amounts of wood, which will allow us to actually produce a wealth of wood. But still. That could work. That could work. Only got 8 andesite, so we'll just grab from the chest over here. There we go. We're gonna have to do purges of this thing so that we can actually get the requisite materials. And we need the... Do we need gears? Yes, we need gears. Lots of material to play around with. Some fur buttons. Make some cogs, which makes a gearbox. Didn't mean to make 2, but hell, we're gonna need them anyways. We're gonna have to change rotation a lot. Well, that didn't work. This'll do. We need 16 so we can make the requisite rubber to finish up that belt. And this is all just to get the materials there, and that's it. This isn't even processing the results or going to bed. Take care. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope your dreams are good. Have a good night, Dr. Pudum. May your dreams be filled with cogs and glorious machines. Now we are still going to have to build the cooking device to actually make this work. Huh. How are we going to do that? Well, it's going to be hiding a lot of mechanisms in the walls, but... Shouldn't be too hard to make. There we go. That's everything we needed. We don't have any andesite funnels, but that's okay, because we can just pick up the funnel that we have. You. Oh no, we do have a funnel. Alright, well. It just went right under. Yes. Yes, that'll be fine. This will allow us to place a funnel right underneath this, which will spit out the clay in a relatively controlled manner. And that should allow us to fill up this sucker. Alright. This is filling. That's really, really encouraging. Next step, cooking. Good, it's there. We're gonna need a algal blend just to be an example. That way we can make sure that we know we got the right thing. Shouldn't take us too long to set this up either. God, there's gonna be a lot of just cosmetic covering after all this. Hiding all the frickin' areas where it disappears into the underground. Into the deep. Recipe filter. And that'll spit that out. We're gonna need an encased fan over here. Means we're gonna need a gearbox or something to actually get it to rotate the right direction. We're gonna need it to be a really spicy fan too. This ain't your basic fan. This is a spicy fan. Something a little more intense. We can use our diamond chisel to help us acquire the bricks we need. This will help us easily and cheaply move stone without much issue. Especially if we don't care what the side of it looks like. Okay. Now we are going to have to gear shift it down, because there's no way in hell that this is going to run at a decent clip. Not at a satisfactory pace, anyways. So we're gonna need a gearbox here, just to make sure that we got it going the right way. A gear shift to make sure that's going the right way. That'll allow us to make sure that it spins properly. Gear shift, gear shift, gear shift. We got the cogs for it, we just need the actual... Yep, there we go. This'll do. A gear shift to allow us to actually change direction if need be. I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to go the wrong way at first. Think of it as like a safety mechanism. Just to make sure. Okay. This will feed into another belt. God, so many belts. At this point, it's a little ridiculous. May want to embed this into the wall. In which case, yes, this might actually work. Okay, so we take this. Line it up with this. That'll allow us to build a drop-down point which goes down here. Hits up another basin, theoretically. Yes, I think that's correct. Accurate. How do I want to... Because it just needs to go right into another basin. Gonna go like this. Doesn't need to be fancy, it just needs to work. That will convert it into a rotation from That would convert into a clockwise rotation, which would convert it into a clockwise rotation, which is the wrong way. God damn it, okay. This is going to take a little bit of engineering to work. Oh, we do need to set that there. And set down our algal blend there. So if we were to convert... Huh. I think I'm gonna have to futz around with this a bit more to try to get it to work. There we go. We're gonna need a lot of mechanisms to make this function. Next process. Heating. We need to make this work. Let's focus on that first. We need the encased fan to sit here. Ow. Do you mind? Oh, hey, bones. How kind of them. Sounds like we got another chunk of wood. That's pretty nice. Okay, so that's there. This is gonna have to be indented a bit more clearly. Gonna have to lose another level. That's fine. Go straight down here. This is probably gonna be stepping down a few Z levels just to like make sure that we get this down. It's gonna be janky as hell, but you know what, it'll do. It'll do. Some cobblestone to make a new pickaxe, because we need it. There we go. Set this up so that we can actually perform the necessary adjustments. Okay, then. That's certainly a thing that exists. We can use a... Okay, so we can use a redstone wire to just go over that pretty easily. That will allow us to still change our gear shift without much issue. We got the spare wire to do it. All I need is like a scrap of it. Or a little bit more than a scrap of it. Alright, redstone will be fine in this case. We don't really need the red alloy wire to make that work. I think. Just a scrap of it. Just some dust. Something basic. That works. Alright, next target. God, we're gonna need more, so much freaking rubber. We need you. Where's my wrench? There's my wrench. God, full frickin' inventory. Trying my best. Oh, hey, we're doing a server backup. Cool. This may need some gear shifting. Oh, this is absolutely gonna need gear shifting. It shouldn't be too hard to do, thankfully. Gear shifting is pretty easy. All we need to do is kick it up a notch, and that should be, like, satisfactory. Yeah, that should be fine. Throw that in, make a larger wheel. Where's our smaller cogs? I don't think we have any smaller cogs on us. Nope, no we don't, so we gotta make them. God damn. Throw these fur buttons together, make them into a fur cog. A very uwu cog, if you will. Is this enough to make it work? Please tell me yes. Not quite enough to make it acceptable. We need to do another gear shift. Gotta save my soul. Another janky shift, mate. Yeah, that should do it. It's janky as hell, but it'll do it. I do want to conserve belts, though. That'll roast it from pretty much the moment it starts in there. Which is acceptable. We can do that, yeah. This'll do. It's a pretty hefty shove, too. Not exactly a light shove. Alright, that's one piece of the puzzle dealt with there. We need to get it to churn now, so there's that, but... I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. We can draw from this power supply pretty easily. Or maybe not so easily. Okay, this will turn it, if it's rotating that way, that means it'll make it turn in the opposite direction that we want it to, so it'll be like... that. It's turning this way, that means it'll make this cog turn this way. No, actually that is the direction we want, good. There we go. So we just need a gear shift now in there. We should be set. God, I am... My brain is starting to overheat a little bit. I gotta admit. Alright, cog wheels. Plus an andesite casing. Pulls a gearbox. This gearbox is what will turn this in the proper direction. And now it can cook. Okay. That was a walk. We need a little bit of space so we can set up our similar mechanism here. Alright, so if it's turning this way, I don't actually need this piece. It's turning this way. It'll go down here, so it's turning this way. These will go this way. Which is the direction we want it to go. Yeah, it's a little bit, funky how you gotta freaking wrap your head around the cogs. I'm getting decently good at it. It's not really useful in real world situations anymore right now, is it, though? Still, could be useful. Oh, I should probably eat before you get peeved at me. There we go. Here we go. Shear off a bit more of the leaves. That way we get a bit more of a clean jump up. Steal this log. That should be an acceptable amount. At least for now. Alright. Let's see. We're still gonna have to build up our manufactorum down there. Should theoretically work. Hey, we still gotta actually make the cooker run properly. So we need an iron bar, and we need a bucket of lava, because that's what you need to smelt things with. Lava. This way we can test to see if it will actually cook properly. You know, actually go through the whole cycle and all that. See if we gotta shift down or anything. You never know, might need to. So if I remember correctly, our belt should be somewhere around here. Yeah, there it is. There's our sucker. It's a lot of gabbro. Gotta admit. Oh, it must be really backed up by now. Well, that is what it is. Yeah, you can burn now. One of the benefits of the smelter is that you can use it to basically cook mobs alive. Pretty efficiently, too. If you just basically let them sit on the belt while they are blasted with intense heat. You can also use it as a self-defense measure where you basically just flood the entire hallway with lava particles. This will cause the invaders to get basically pretty much incinerated alive. That's basically the gist of it. Alright, let's test this algal blend. Cooked at a decent clip. It does turn into bricks. It's exactly what we need it to. That's good, that's good. Next step is another basin. We need to hit it up. Don't actually need to cook it. We don't need to cook dirt, thank you. I'm actually fine not cooking dirt. Sounds like it would stink to high hell. Speaking of, we can actually make use of this while we're here. Because you see, this thing doesn't actually care what it's smelting. It's meant for algal blend, but it'll kind of cook whatever. As long as it's a valid recipe, it doesn't care. So we can use this to just smelt up some, you know, materials. While we're here, and it's not going to produce anything else anyways. Yeah. Now, it does technically need you to do smaller stacks than what I'm throwing on there, but... yeah, that'll do. Looks like it measures it in stacks, in quarter stacks, rather. So good to know. There we go. And this will help us decorate this area a little better. Nothing but weathered cobbles. Switch directions so we don't burn the dirt. I don't care for burnt dirt, honestly. Can't say I'm much of a fan of it. Yep. That'll give us access regardless. I don't know where the hell that, I guess accent? It's not quite an accent, is it? Came from, but, you know, whatever. We'll run with it. That should do it. Just pops into existence. There's our safeties. We don't have any chance of actually burning ourselves now. Kind of wish we could set the lever down here somewhere, but yeah, that's just gonna have to work. This one we'll have to really reach around for, but we can do it. In a pinch, it can be done pretty easily. Next step, we need another basin. That basin will allow us to properly make the, combination of algal bricks and, andesite cobblestone. So, where is it? We are holding the andesite. There we go. That will allow us to make andesite cheaper. We're going to need a mechanical mixer. This requires a weird direction, but it can be done. How would we do this? I guess we could set up a pair of gearboxes. Yeah, that would work. A pair of gearboxes feeding into a belt that spins a cog. That could work. It'd be janky, but it could work. Thing is, unlike the belts, these ones don't care about direction. They really don't. They'll use whatever direction you give them. So we can actually just use gears to convert this. Yeah, let's just use gears for this. What the hell am I doing? And that's why you have them. There we go. Nice and nestled in. Nestled in tight. This will spin that freely, so we don't really need to worry about it. And then those will spit into a belt that goes down here. This belt will then feed into a bunch of other things. Primarily, we're talking deployers. And we can put another machine down here that just handles the deploying of the sequential pieces. But yes, we have automated the creation of algal bricks. Smelt the algal blend into bricks, while a furnace works great, and an encased fan can do it without the need of fuel. And algicite, sorry, andesite and algicite. Andesite and algae? Andesite and algae, there we go. Andesite, algicite. Anti-algicite. That'll work fine. We do still need to apply some rotation to this. The question is how. We don't nearly have as much of a smooth transition on that one. Could use a gearbox. Another freaking gearbox. Yeah, those will work. The sheer amount of gears we're making is a little ridiculous, but, you know, whatever, I'll take it. We do still need to make... Hey, this will also make it so that we can actually use the algicite mixer. Because this is now running. So we can feed algae, bricks, and andesite into it without much fear of messing it up. Yeah, this will work well. We are going to have to purge that box from time to time, at least for now, but it is what it is. Chow down some apples, just so that's something. Not that. There we go. And now this will mix up. Mixing it up. We're almost ready to do the next step. There we go, we got a filter on there so we can generate a lot more. And the best part about this is that the andesite alloy is much more efficient with this. We generate way more, just as a rule. Because we're using machinery. Right, I need to make some more gears so that we could actually make the things we need. Jesus. Alright. We're almost at the finishing stretch. God damn it. Okay, so we need some more pieces. More chassis. There we go. That'll work. And then we should be set to make those kinetic mechanisms. God damn. We're in the finishing stretch for this part of it. You say that now, but you're nowhere near the end. Oh, we're nowhere near the end of the mod pack. We're getting close to the end of this step of the mod pack. We still got... what? We're still in the andesite area. We still need to hit a few other points before we even get close to the end of the mod pack. I am well aware of that. We're just getting close to the end of this part of the mod pack. Yoink. For logs. Should do it. That should trim a little bit more of this tree. Make sure we got that going. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking we're gonna have to make some quick deploy designs. I'd love a schematic cannon to just deploy a design real quick, but we're not gonna get that for a little while. Let's see. Even at the end of the mod pack, you'll be thinking, oh, I can do this, or oh, I can do it this way instead. Yeah, that's the plan. I intend to obsolete all my old inventions. Given the fact that we just don't have a lot of tools at the moment. Right now we're working with what little we have. But we're still making good progress, I'd say. Okay, so how do I want to apply this? We can do it like this. Tap into this rotation. and then like this. It's a bit janky, ain't it? Appears that the mechanical mixer is not rotating with enough speed. Concerning. We have a need for speed. Well, we can do that pretty easily, honestly. With a belt. We need 16 flowers in order to make a belt. Again. I know there's an easier way to do this, but at the same time, it's what we got. I don't want to stray too far from the current metas that they provided us. That should be fine. We can supplement the last one with our current stash. And one of you. And a little bit of water just to quench the basin's throat, you know? Ready for making a lot of rubber. We should probably put on some safeties on that, shouldn't we? Yeah, we should probably put some safeties on that smelter. There we go. That's safe. That's safer. Right. Right. We got some rubber already? I think we do. Yeah, we do. That'll allow us to spin up the algal blender. We can throw in the andesite cobblestone because, I mean, we don't really need to worry all that much about it. That way it could just go burr. And that'll prepare a lot of andesite for us without much issue. I guess algisite, as they like to call it. I'm not sure what to do with this gearbox, but we got it. What I'm confused with is why does the gearbox only have 4 sides to it that are actually functional? I mean, you'd think that you could just put 6 gears in and make a omnidirectional gearbox, right? They would ultimately all spin in the same direction, right? There we go. Now you're spinning. Now you're thinking with algae. There we go. From farm to algae. Side. Yeah. This is working like a frickin' charm. Excellent. 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 We still need to make the... I don't know what you're talking about. I think this is working perfectly. I have no idea what you're referring to there. I think this is working wonderfully. And we do still need to find some way to fill up the deployers with these andesite collections. But this is working amazing. It's the only one I could do. Fair enough, fair enough. We do have the deployers ready. There we go. Yeah, finished product. We're going to need some materials to make this work properly, though. We're going to need a few deployers. We're going to need to run those things through and then get the kinetic assemblies out of it. I'm thinking the pullers can go along here? Down a few floors, yeah. Oh, hey, randomite. Or randomium, sorry. Throw that in there, because that'll allow us to run our deployers pretty simply. Yes, yes, haha, yes. We need a odd number of cogs to deliver the power down to the last belt. Jesus, look at this inventory. Net. Rude. Okay. Here we go. Well, no, because we need funnels to go into... Okay, we need to go up one. We need to go up a floor. So we need to be up here. Means we need a whole nother set. Oh, God. There we go. Wow, look at that fill. Wow, that's a lot of andesite. That's impressive. Or we'll put it there. It's somewhere to put it. If we were to do this, we could transfer some of the power down here. And if we were to move this over here, we could take this belt and run it straight across anyways. No, I want you to be on use. And then use another gearbox to finish that. No, it's not quite the right way. We need a gearbox there. That'll allow us to actually convert it to a proper use. Thank you, randomium. We can make a gear shift. Yeah, we got the redstone, so we can make that. Okay, I'd like to say that I'm thinking through all my decisions here, but I'm not. To put it bluntly, no, I'm not. Oh, for God's sake, not now. Mind. A little busy. There we go. Proper direction. Now that can do its work. That'll engulf it, right? No? Okay, how do we make this work then? How do we put it into the deployer? Rotational force, yada yada. Direction, range, place blocks, deploy blocks, activate items, use items, blah blah. Okay, filter slot. How do you... That's modes. That's processing items using deployers. When items are provided on a belt, I'll hold and process them automatically. Cool. Controller deployers with redstone. Cool. How do you put them in? Because that's my main problem. How the hell do I engulf things with him? Huh. This is a conundrum and a half. Can I make use of chutes? I don't know, maybe I can use that. Transport items vertically from and to inventories. Okay. Using the wrench, a window can be created. Right click to add chutes on. Make it diagonal. Using case fans, the top or bottom of a chute can move items upwards. Ah. Yeah. Smart chutes are vertical chutes with additional control. We don't really need those yet. That's the last scene, so that's it. I wonder... Could I... Could I grab a hopper? And then just... Could I use a hopper to extract from... these belts? I'm gonna try that. We're gonna need to get some more iron, yes, but if we can do that, that'll solve the problem. Once and for all. Well, not once and for all, but for a while at least. It'll allow our andesite collection to build up inside of those things and you know, more or less handle it. Alright, so iron should be a little bit above here. That'll hopefully help us out. God damn. Iron. We need iron and a lot of it. Well, not a lot of it. We need like 15 of it? 15 if we can do it. If not, then we will have some spare and a spare hopper. Nothing wrong with having spares. Huh. That's appetite. Ooh. Appletite, I guess. Iron ore, that'll only be about 7, so we should be fine to keep going a bit deeper in. Anything crude? Anything useful? Ah, I got some torches here. Should help out a little bit. Any iron? There we go. This will certainly help. That should take us over the 15 requirement. Yeah, might as well take... there we go, there's the 18th. Is there another one in there? No. No. That is a negatory. That'll take us up to the, above the maximum. Or the minimum, though, we need. Not maximum, minimum. Look at all these cobbles. Alright, so this ore should be plenty to, you know, crush up and turn into proper ore. I don't feel too bad about letting some of the algal stuff decay on the line. Oh well, you know. I guess we could have some of the, if the hoppers don't work, we can use them to feed them in the items for the various parts into the machine. So that's fine. That should help. Get that started as soon as possible. We're getting there. Steadily. God. So many things I have to frickin' learn about Create. By the end of this, I'll be able to basically just automate every other mod pack with just Create and nothing else. What a frickin' amazing mod. God. We're only getting through the frickin' first milestone, too. So it's not even like it's a particularly amazing level of it. Alright, we'll see if this works. I'm hoping. Right, we need chests to actually make the hoppers, but yeah, that's fine. Ooh, an apple. Well, I'm not gonna say no to an apple. We still need to actually set up the frickin'... Yeah. So when the deployers are ready to go, then we can set up the final stages of it. When. Better put as if. I mean, really. I need to dump some of this stuff off so we can actually move things around. Go, pick you up. Put you down there. Can I fit it into you? Yes, actually. That's kind of fascinating. Interesting. So now we can just dump off a bunch of andesite into there. And the process of making more, we're probably gonna let it actually catch up and fill that hopper up completely. I don't mind making such an immense quantity that we actually fill up hoppers with andesite. And that's kind of fine by me. It's a little excessive, yes, but it is functional. And this should allow us to make the next hopper for it. Because we only need 2 hoppers, one of which is just going to be for frickin', you know, usual stuff. Bloop. Oh no, it only captures some of it. It only captures one at a time. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, it is steadily filling up, so there's that. Let's throw a dummy item at the back of it so it will always fill up these 2 first. Okay, maybe not. There we go. Dummy item placed. Andesite and... okay, there we go. That'll ensure that it doesn't ever stop filling up the hoppers. It's janky, yes. Yes, but it'll work. It'll work just fine. Alright, we fill this hole up. This whole basin up with iron and, you know, a little bit of slag mixed in for taste. And we should grab the andesite we can. We're gonna need to fill up a hopper with andesite so we can actually feed it into the box. Oh, hey, we actually got some wood. Nice. Alright, that's just got its, you know, mixer ready to go, so that's fine. We're getting very close to the ending of this chapter. I think we can consider this part done. Now to build the last hopper, which will allow us to properly store and add in the andesite. It's not perfect. It's not automated. It means I have to actually grab andesite and put it in there, which sucks. But, yeah, you know, it's fine. It's acceptable amounts of labor on our part. I want to be as lazy as possible, but, you know, we'll work with it. And that'll fill up with andesite now. Alright. And an iron saw. Applied filter to the... cool. That will be the last part to our sequential assembler. No, we are going to need a hopper here, right? Well, or some sort of chest carrying them. That could work too. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's even. That would change the direction. Gonna have to use a belt. Here we go. No, we wanted to change direction. Oh yeah, actually, that works fine. There we go. And the final chest. There we go. Now this will allow us to mass produce kinetic mechanisms with 0 effort on our part. Who cares? We're just gonna make them. We're gonna have to make this a little more pretty, a little more functional, but this should work well. We do need a second chest. We are gonna have to make more kinetic parts, but now that we have that, This'll make things infinitely easier. Alright, throw this up here. It ain't pretty right now, but it will be later. Oh hey, andesite cobblestone. We could just throw that in there. And later on we can also funnel them up and out of this machinery room. I think that's it. We don't have the cutter cut planks, but you know, that's fine. We'll have to remember to do it later. For now, we'll consider it completed. Since we can easily just do it ourselves, and there's no efficiency loss, who cares? Player armed. Let's test it. Okay, what's wrong? Oh, right, we need to provide... Well, I'm an idiot. I forgot. Hey, these things need rotational power. That can be arranged because they don't care about direction. Yeah. If we can just get this in place, we should be fine. They don't care about direction, so we just need to make some gears. God damn it. So close, yet so far. Hey, yo, give me the andesite, please. I just need, like, singular andesite. There we go. That was the most full, so we'll just take from that one. We don't have a good way of filtering out the andesite, sadly. We really do need a better way of dealing with that. Is there a way to early game filter in this? Because I can't think of any good way to do so myself. And there's no real properties of them that we can use, so... At least not abused to, you know, properly make use of it, but... I'll have to figure something out. If nothing else, we can always do it in a later stage. There we go. Better? Better. Hehehe. Functional. That looks pretty good. I think we're doing well. Uh-oh. Kinetic mechanisms. And now, Chapter 1 complete. I have a passive supply of kinetic mechanisms. Not quite. This is bound to change the pace a bit. Before moving on, check back through your factory and search for any major bottlenecks. It'd be a shame if a really efficient andesite generator is held back only by the sand not coming quickly enough. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Okay, we're gonna have to go back and check on this. But now we can vastly improve. Next part. We're going to do a little bit of a fine-tuning, let's call it. Just a wee bit of fine-tuning. Making things work a little better. How's our clay supply doing? Not swimmingly. Is the sediment strainer not working? Sediment strainer is not working. Well, we're probably gonna have to make some more sediment strainer devices, right? Some way of getting these to just go right into it, right? That should help a little. We do need a way to filter out the rock types. Because I don't have a good way of dealing with all this gabbro. Create above and beyond early sorting. Do we have drawers? We do, so that could work for sorting. That could work. What do we need for a compacting drawer? Okay. Drawer controller is nowhere near, so we can't just funnel into that. But we could start drawing that out into a proper sorting system, which will allow us to get the andesite directly into the basin. I think we're going to spend a little bit of time doing that. Now that we can generate these things a lot easier. Yeah, okay. First and foremost, we need to start getting the materials to go in the right spots. So what can we get from regular old oak trees? We can get planks, obviously. We can get saplings. We can get not leaves, sticks. Sticks and saplings, they're nice, but they're not useful. I don't mind the saplings and sticks going through the sawmills. Or saws, sorry. Well, yeah, sawmills. We can get sticks, we can get saplings, we can get apples, we can get planks. Planks are fairly set, so we can live with that. Drawer. So if we lock these things into place... 32 stacks a drawer. Okay, we need oak trim. Oak trim requires zinc. Plank. And a bunch of other planks, okay. Zinc. That means we'll need to actually make a... not steel, iron pickaxe. Because you can't get zinc without using iron, sadly. It's tragic, but... we can go and hunt down some steady zinc somewhere in here. Let's tap the easiest veins first. So, from what I saw online, you can sort by locked chests. Because locked chests will only take what they are able to take, what they're assigned to take, that means that you can prevent a drawer from taking something that it shouldn't be. Which means that each drawer acts as a single method of sorting things out. Now that's going to be really freaking handy. Can we make a void upgrade? Maybe. Maybe. We would need to have a diamond pickaxe to make a void upgrade, but if we could, that would allow us to basically void anything that goes over the limit of what the drawer would be able to take otherwise. Which would be very handy, considering we got a lot of trash that we don't need right now. That we'll need later. So having a little bit of a stockpile would be really freaking handy for that. But not too much of a stockpile, because I don't want them to collect and then, you know... I guess we could also do that by just dropping it into lava if it's something unexpected or doesn't go into the storage. Yeah, that would also work, so we're going to want some lava too. That will help out. So we need to sort the results of two separate things. We need to sort the results of the cobble generator, and we need to sort the results of the wood trimmer, or wood collector, I guess. This will allow us to then throw these planks directly into a sawmill, which will convert it into slabs. Those slabs will then be put directly into making kinetic mechanisms. Kinetic mechanisms go brrrr. Yeah. I think that explains everything. And it explains my reasoning, my tactics, all that stuff. All that good stuff. We still need to acquire, or not acquire, but process this brass, or sorry, not brass, zinc. God, it's hard to speak, but it should be pretty easy to do. Oh, they give us iron too. Okay, then. I would like to start working on kegs if we can, as well. Now, the ideal metallurgical tactic I can think of would be to go and grab fortune. Duh. Mining tools are nice, but we're gonna crush it first and foremost. It always comes in crushed. 9 to 27. 1 to 9 to 27. That would be basically whether or not you got the required reagents to improve the chance, or not chances, the results. Smelting 1 to 3, milling 1 to 3, crushing 1 to 3 to 6, pulverizing 1 to 6. So we're probably going to go with pulverizing first and foremost, because we don't have a good source of slag. Crushing is nice, but it's not a guarantee. That's the thing. We've already done milling. That produces dust. And we could just melt it down into or wash it so that it gets a 2/3 of an ingot, but that's horrible. Smelting dust is melting is decent, but foundry melting is better because it's not actually what it says it is. It's not 1 to 3, it's 1 to 3 and an additional chunklet. An additional nugget. Superheated mixing does give you more materials though. That produces a liquid and nuggets, which you then cast into an ingot, and there you go, you got your ingot. That would be the fortune to crushed, to milling, to dust, to superheated mixing, to liquid, to casting, to ingot. Would be the most effective way to get the singular ingot that you're after. But, you know, superheated mixing, I don't know how well that works. Mixer. Although I do want to do this to get the destabilized redstone at some point. That would be kind of funny. Yeah, you need a matter ball and then you get zinc. Which would be great, don't get me wrong, but you need matter balls to make that. That being said, matter balls wouldn't be too hard to make. All you need is, like, break down the extra saplings you have into usable material. Just give it a nice crushing. I wonder how you make matter balls. At least in this one. I know how to make them in vanilla. Rose gold. Matter ball. Same way, a matter condenser. Fair enough. Right now, we're looking at drawers, though. Let's finish off this fur. I think it's time. We chop this sucker down. Completely behead it. This fur has seen enough days. It is time. Here goes. Completely decimated. Eradicated from this world. As if it was never even there. This will make for a very solid quantity of wood to play around with. Something to actually, you know, use for these drawers, because we're going to need a lot of wood to make them. Now, the question of how do we actually maximize our lumberjack comes up, at least to me. Because we're going to need a lot of material. I do mean a whole lot. We could try just mass-producing fertilizer to further improve our yield. But that's kind of limited. See, it only works so long as we have ferns. Slimy ferns, to be specific. Blue slimy ferns, to be even more specific. How do we make blue slimy ferns? Blue slimy. How about ferns? Slimy ferns. You need a slimy fern leaf, which requires you to get green and purple. And a rune. Okay. What's this fern blend used for? Ender dust. This one's used for bone meal. This one's used for gunpowder. Okay, explosives. Cool. I can't say I was expecting that, but sure, explosive. Explosive fern. Fine. Might as well take this randomium. Overworld Korok. Huh? What the frickin' hell is this? Energetic expansion. Okay, Korok. I don't know what that is, but you know what? We'll take it. We will take it. Alright, so we're gonna need a few boxes just to store up a lot of materials. We're gonna need at least 4 of them for the oak farm. Let's make quite a bit of it, too. Okay, we need actual oak for that. This will just be our, I don't know, materials. Excess materials. Now that we got some idea of how to store or rather filter, that should hopefully help out quite a bit. Oak trim. Don't need this on hand. Holds 32 stacks a drawer. Big barrels too. Alright. If you're looking for extra large but specialized storage space in a block, check out storage drawers. Gotta look that up. Alright, upgrade templates. If we can get our hands on some void upgrades on that, we can make some good use of that. Okay. So we need to lock them somehow. So they don't change what they are, ever. How do we do this? Well... Honestly, that's the question, ain't it? This is our oak storage. This is our stick storage. This is our sapling storage. This is our apple storage. Yee. We're gonna need a few belt funnels dealt with. That will allow us to set that in motion. Do we have any mechanisms on hand? Oh, we have plenty of mechanisms on hand. We need a... We need a block of wood. God damn it. You'll do. Sure, you'll do. God. This is a lot of frickin' processing for my brain to do. I'm thinking we might also want to set up a secondary, sand sieve. Maybe. Just something to consider. It's not a thing that we're going to focus on right now, but it's something to consider. You can go here. Alright, so what types of rock are we looking at for our creation of stone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because of andesite. And anything spare can go in a chest that, I don't know, that could be our, like, ore collection chest. Yeah, that works. Crunch. And a little bit of andesite, you know, throw it together. Grab us some food. So how do we lock these to what they are? I guess with the key? Right? Is that how that works? I think that's how that works. I only need 1 nugget, so... Let's make that. Magnifying glass. Rotten flesh block. Huh. How do we get that much rich slag? Cooking with... Oh, okay then, that's not too bad. It is something. So you can get a decent amount of rich slag, but we're going to want to try to get as much as possible out of that. Block of tar, checker block. Blackstone. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Sun metal, where's that key gone? Quantity. Quantify. Concealment. E. I don't know what this lock does. Ah, there we go. Now it's properly doing its thing. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Triple good. We still need to go through the process of gathering all this stuff. How am I gonna design this? This is a lot of random junk we have to process. If we were to scoot over the sawmills, they would put it through to the other side, wouldn't they? Alternatively, we can scoot these forwards and put the thing behind them. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Drawer. Oh, that's a tape measure, not a drawer measure. Alright. Well, let's hefty you up. Oh, cool. We don't need to actually use the sealant anymore. Or the tape anymore. We can just pick them up. That's pretty nice. That's always a boon. Andesite Funnel. And we're gonna need a shaft here. Okay, that's not the right way. That hurt like hell, but hey, we made it. We need a belt, don't we? Oh, for God's sake. More belts. I think we are doing pretty well so far. We just need to maximize this. Oh yeah, we need to collect a andesite chunk so we can actually make the wire and material. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need the... We're definitely gonna need this to be increased. We're gonna need 2 of them, I think. But now that we have machines being made, we should be fine. For the most part. We do still need to make a farm to improve our own standard of living, rather than focusing on anything else. That would be focused entirely on making bread, I'm pretty sure. Oh god, we got a lot of frickin' steps. Make a machine. Chapter 1 complete. I'm not gonna count it until we're done sorting everything out and all that. Filtering and sorting. And we just need the belt now, okay. We need the beltway. You red tulips, just to improve ourselves, make ourselves better and all that. There we go. You have a lava bucket, but nothing to do with it, so I don't know what the hell to do with this. I mean, we have it, but... I guess we'll just store it somewhere then. I don't really know what to do with this. Sure, right there. It'll work as a storage solution. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it'll work. As for our rubber supply, we're kinda in a pinch on that. This will also help. That'll help a lot. We do need to make an arboreal extractor and all that. I do want to get this to the point where we can actually just let it go and just kind of ignore it for the most part. Except for, like, getting the sediment strainer to run. Yoink! I will gladly take that. Overview. Rubber Tycoon. While copper machines will definitely be required going forward, full automation of their ingredients is completely optional. After hitting the check mark above, additional quests located in the first chapter will be revealed. Alluring experience. The chicken and egg problem remains. In order to automate precision mechanisms for brass equipment more conveniently, having more brass equipment would be really useful. After hitting the check mark above, the second chapter will become accessible. Let's take a look at what we have here. Rubber Tycoon and Alluring experience. Okay! Oh god. Painted quartz mixer. So they want me to make Certus quartz. charged mixer. That is not the way I figured it out. Iron for days, known in the business as the iron generator, will now be creating metal from cobblestone. Start with some drills hooked up to regenerating cobblestone blocks. Needs to be milled down into gravel. And then wash it. And then he can melt them down. That is certainly an option, yes. I need to arm it. Chapter 2. Growth started. Growth continued. Growth completed. Temporary sand. Initially, Certus quartz seeds require sand to be crafted. However, for full automation, it might be worthwhile to bypass that requirement with the help of mechanical crafters. Really? Oh, wow. That actually is really beneficial. Huh. That could be very handy, yes. Hmm. Now for cycles. The charger from A2 can be used here along with the item transportation of choice. Skystone mixer. Dissolving the strange reactive powder in water creates a fun and useful liquid. Find skystone blocks. Oh, that is really funky. Why don't they cost anything? Huh. So you can make infinite redstone liquid with that tactic. Huh. How the hell does that work? I guess I shouldn't really ask questions about that, huh? Okay, slip that in. Slip that shaft in. Okay, and there we go. Wrong way, thank you. You know what would be real convenient here? Gear shifting. Because technically, that would only make it 2. Here we go. That'll do it. It'll be a little faster, but, I mean, I don't care. It's just a sorting line. It's fine. Alright, let's test this thing. Feed it some logs. Let's see how you fare. Does it recognize it? Yes. And it's able to eat it fast enough that it's fine. Okay. Let's improve on this test, shall we? Let's do a live fire. That should help things out a little bit. Make sure that this method does indeed work. Never know. That'll do. That'll produce a few wood, it'll produce a few saplings, it'll produce a few sticks. And not in any quantity that will overwhelm the sorting system. Not the time, spider. Okay, we're getting some variance now. Sapling. There you go. It does work. Okay. That is a sorting system that functions. That means that we can now take these planks and use them in a more... Eat and heal, damn it. Yeah, I was waiting to see when you'd catch on to that. What, feel nervous that I'm not healing up immediately? Kinda want to grow these. You're driving my OCD crazy, Axel. Well, I mean, to be fair, we are playing a factory simulator, so maybe that helps a little. Alright, we're gonna have to modify this a little bit. Modify it so that we, get the sorting down a bit. No, it's only doing one at a time, so that makes sorting really easy, actually. Alright, let's pause the line just a bit. By replacing this with this. Oak drawers. So we have a few of them. We got cobblestone. I don't want it to be first. I want it to be second. Gabbro. Gabbro. Granite. That's not the right one. And diorite. And finally, if I have any here. No. Is this all diorite? It might just be all diorite. God damn it. I need an andesite. Right, they don't have any andesite at the moment. God damn it. Well, we can work with this. We'll just sort it out ahead of time. Find some andesite, I guess. Throw it in there. Diorite, you can go in here. Granite, your turn. God, that's a lot of gabbro. I do want to make use of these things. I don't want to waste a single material without good reason. If that reason is, hey, we don't have any storage right now for that sort of stuff, so yeah, get the hell out of your random resource, then yeah, that is what it is. But at the moment, I don't really want to waste it. For the most part, I don't want to waste it. Some shafts to make this a little more efficient. Demon's Dream seeds. There we go, that'll allow us to make a quick change on the trajectory of the belt. Well, I mean... yeah, that'll empty out the belt, I guess. It's not the best way, but it's a way. Yeah. Here's our belt. Please stop spewing. Thank you. I'd rather you just stop there. Andesite. There we go. Lock, 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 lock. Delicious. Very handy, too. Well, that's been handled. We need to finally toss up a few funnels in order to actually, you know, sort. We have 17 mechanisms, Jesus. We only need one mechanism to do this. I guess one machine box to do this. Few funnels. We have 5 of them. Plenty. Well, 6 of them, but that's still way more than enough. These all andesites. There we go. And now we can help sort what was around. There we go. That definitely helps out a lot. And anything excess gets yeeted into oblivion. And by yeeted into oblivion, I mean tossed into the incinerator. Now, we should probably make this a proper incinerator rather than a jury-rigged one. Something, you know, more solid looking. I'm off to bed soon, don't you dare die, Axel. Heal. Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll just be here, improving upon our setup. Making ourselves a little more efficient. Death is but a phase. Here we go. This will help make this a little more durable looking. I want this incinerator to look properly tough, you know? Able to take a beating or something. We need that lava now so that we can actually build this thing. Just a little bit of lava to properly seal the deal, rather than leaving them to just decay steadily. We can burn them instead. There we go. Nice and secure. And there's a little hint of what happens if there's excess. Alright. Now we just need one more thing in order to actually make this work. We need some way to get this andesite all the way over here. Oh, I chose a horrible placement, didn't I? How are we gonna get that over here? Well, I can think of a couple ways. We could hopper it. Hoppers would work. Some belts would also work. A hopper would allow us to do a quick 90 degree, or hell, any directional change we want, honestly. Let's, delve a little bit. So if we're there... Hello, welcome, Face Slushy, welcome. Glad to have somebody new stop in. I'm Axolotl. Want to play on my SMP? Unfortunately, no. I'm mostly just playing solo games. But the offer is appreciated. I'm a Axolotl YouTuber. I mostly just play video games and hang out with chat. If you want to stick around, I'd be happy to have you. If you just wanted to ask if I wanted to play on your SMP and that's all you wanted to stop by for, that's absolutely fine too. I don't mind. It's much better than having those people who ask if I want to buy followers and subscribers, you know? How you doing, by the way? Aside from looking for people to join your SMP. How do I... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks away from the basin. So if I am 5 blocks away from the basin, that means that I'm sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks here. I need to be 6 blocks. Good? Good. I'm doing good too. Glad to hear you're doing good. I've been steadily chipping away at this okay, G-Force. I've been steadily chipping away at this mod pack for a while. A Create Above and Beyond mod pack. It's caused my brain to have a little bit of a headache, but otherwise fine. My brain is overheating slightly. But I think we're doing pretty well so far. I did have to look up how to sort things so that I could actually properly set up our first stage factory, but at the moment we're mostly just working on trying to maximize the effectiveness of our current factory. Just in general. This is still running, right? Yes, good. Strainers are still running. I do want to throw on a couple of hoppers onto those strainers, to be quite blunt. Because if we can throw a couple of strainers on there, or a couple of hoppers on there, we can just throw a bunch of strainers in and then not have to worry about it for a long time. Alright, so I'm thinking this should be pretty easy to automate a line through to there. All we need, really need is a method of getting the andesite down there without, you know, flooding the line. Because unlike everything else, I got a tulip, not a pickaxe. Unlike everything else, if the andesite decays, I'm going to be a little annoyed because that could have been used for andesite alloy. You know? Throw together a pickaxe, because we can. I don't know why we have redstone dust on hand, but whatever. We're gonna need to do some more belts, so that is a necessity. Means we're gonna need to make some more rubber. I'm very tempted to start automating the production of rubber, honestly. Even though I know that I want to mostly do the constructions of the first order first. Well, first order makes it sound much more fancy than it is. Of the first chapter first. So we're on the right path. We are sitting 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks below ground. Okay, 5 blocks below ground. Plus an additional 1. Nope, just 5. So if we go down 1, 2, 3, 4, that should help locate our endpoint. Right? Yeah, because that'll allow us to see the resulting area that we need to land at. It's very hard to tell, but, you know, it can be determined. Hello, mineshaft. Should be just, yeah, there we go. There it is. Now we could just do a funnel leading down from it to spit out all the andesite directly onto the conveyor belt, but that might risk flooding it. I don't like that idea. We could help buffer it with a hopper, but that's a little limited in how much we can do to prevent, you know, flooding the line with a bunch of junk. Sure, we can use this. You're going the wrong way, so that's good. I want it to go the right. Interesting. So if I were to do this... You're going the right way, good. That's exactly what I need you to do. I still need to make that rubber belt, because that way we can have that drive the belt along pretty safely. Do we even need a... Oh yeah, that still needs 4. Well, we might as well keep them then. They're taller than the rest, it's a little bit of a waste, honestly. We don't have the rubber for it, but we can make the rubber for it. Pretty easily, honestly. Do we have any spares? Yes, we got 2 spares, so we just need 16 flowers to make it. That shouldn't take us too long to make. God. I am enjoying this mod pack, though, quite a bit. It is a very, cerebral type of game, you know? Having to frickin' figure out the chains that you have to pull off. In order to make a single item. How many combos you have to pull off in a quick succession. God help me if there's something that's actually timed where you need to have it go in this amount of time to this area. That sounds like it would be a frickin' nightmare to me. Ah, but such is life, right? Thankfully in Minecraft, you generally don't have to care about timing. Eh. You get some material, that's plenty. Oh, we actually got some... Well, we might as well just feed it into the sorter, right? It's not like cobblestone and granite is unexpected drops. Huh. Okay, so that does actually need to be an open tile for it to actually burn up in the inferno. That'll do. That'll do. Some cured rubber turns into some fancy belts. Some elastic bands. Rubber bands, if you will. Let's see. That will allow us to build the link. Or at least the first link. God. We got so many freaking belts. It's like a freaking anime character in here. We need a shaft. Like that. That'll do. That'll do. If it's going like this, it'll go like this, which is the exact opposite direction we want it to go. So we're going to have to do a full-on shaft rotation here. So if we go like this... Yeah, we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to do the technique. Wrong kind of stone. Well, we got a little bit of stone clog going on in there. I kind of want to get rid of that rock in the way. Yep. That'll hold that in place. As for our little project, we need more andesite. You know, for shafts. How many gears do we have? Not enough. We'll need a little bit more and another andesite gear in order to make the gear box, which will allow us to convert the rotation to the right type. I guess the right direction. That will allow us to make the required device. I think, yeah, for the sake of simplicity, I'm thinking just a funnel will do fine. Because the other option is to make a chain of hoppers going down, which is a lot of metal to dig out. It's not great. It could be done. I'm not saying it can't. It's just not going to be fun for anybody to watch me dig out that much iron. From our already pretty well stripped area. As for the andesite, to make this into a proper box to hold the gears in. There we go. That'll help. And gearbox. There we go. This will allow us to change the direction properly. That way we can actually have it go the right way. And place another one. There we go. A nice little shaft. Going the right way. The right way. The right frickin' way. God damn it. This is well within the 20 block range. Assuming I can place it. There we go. It's not quite as fast as the extraction belt, but it is an acceptable belt. It is a functional belt. Yeah! And that'll empty that out onto the belt, which will then funnel it directly to our target. Now we will produce metric tons of the stuff. Of the good stuff, you know? Actually, why am I doing this? Hold up. What excitable little andesites! They just jump right into the... That's great. I'm sorry, I like that. That is an adorable image of them just kind of hopping directly into the line of fire. What excitable little andesite balls. Yeah, no, we're doing that. Full line. There we go. That'll help feed that. Now, I don't have to move all the stuff. It can move all the stuff. I get to be lazy. We overcomplicated it a bit with the hopper, but you know, that's fine. As for this end of things, how is that going? In honor of Dark Angel, who unfortunately had to go to bed, I think, I'm going to quickly restock on sweet berries so that we don't trigger her just a bit. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I'm thinking we might want to make that farm soon. Yeah, it's a bit excessive. Alright, we'll give it a hopper. I think it deserves it. Got a lot of schlock it has to go through. And that'll help prevent the excessive addition. Oh yeah, that's a lot. We might need the hoppers actually. Damn it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to go on a freaking mining spree right now, but yeah, that looks like it's a hopper necessity. Yeah, okay, we're going on a mining trip. I hope it won't take too long. On the plus side, for the most part, andesite production is fully automated. We don't have to be here for it. We'll just go. Doesn't matter when we go underground, it's the underground, who cares? This might be a predicament. There we go. Andesite, go brrrrrrr. Right, so up we go. Yeah, that's steadily making andesite in large quantities. I wish we got more, but, you know, whatever, it'll work. It'll work just fine. I'm not gonna shame it for its production levels. I mean, I'm the one who made it. If I tried to, I'd just be insulting my own ability to build things, and which, I mean, fair enough. A little bit of coal to keep us going with torches. Sticks to fuel us. All we need is iron. That is the only reason we are down here. We're not going to put ourselves on the line for diamonds or anything, but we are going to be aware of them. If we spot any and we can grab them, we're going to go for them. If we can't, then we can't. I want those void upgrades. That's why. While it's nice that we have a way to deal with the useless junk, the stones that are pretty much useless, it's not really satisfying to have them get yeeted into lava. I'd rather them get just quietly voided, removed from existence. Flat out. On the plus side, we got a lot of time before we ever hit 32 stacks of each. That's gonna take a while. Oh, hey, more gold. I guess we can take some gold too. Gold's rare as hell. Also very shiny, so I mean, pretty. Maybe we can make something out of that. Eh. What you got here, gold? Some lapis. I don't think we can really make much use out of lapis, sadly. It's fine. We should probably consider making a tinker's tool, too. Those things are durable as hell. And very easy to repair, unlike your standard pickaxes. But theoretically, we'd be able to get more use out of them than your standard tool. It would take some effort to actually make, because we have to make all the patterns and all that, but it is a feasible consideration. It is something worthy of consideration at the very least. Yep, that's about what I expected. Oh, great, here they come. This should help reduce their spawning a little bit. To the point where they won't be quite as excessively present here. That and Tinker's tools are way easier to enchant with what you want. It's not a random thing. Instead, it's just a matter of actually finding and applying the requisite materials. So we could go for a fortune pick pretty easily. Ooh, runestone. I am a terrible shot. God awful shot. There we go. Should hopefully reduce the amount of undead we have to deal with while we're acquiring these. Note I said reduce, not remove. Oh, drop some pants. Cool. Or not pants, but boots. Oh, I got some armor now. So there's that. Not the best position to leave through, but as long as we're agile, they will take longer to get out of there. Giving us time to escape. There is some iron and a creeper, of course. God, why am I such a bad shot? Well, you know, it is what it is. Appetite. That's certainly something. I'm not gonna say no to appetite, but at the same time, it's not great. Appetite... It's a fertilizer. It certainly helps in some respects, but it's not perfect. That would be enough to get the hoppers we need. I'd like to get 27 so we can just do 3 blocks, but I'm also not willing to get into that sniper's line of fire again. I don't see any. $36 would also be good, but I don't want to risk it. No, we're not risking it. We're just going. We are getting up to the point now, though, that we can consider making the ridiculous World Eater style pistons. Where we basically just chew a hole through the entire chunk. All the way to bedrock. They aren't perfect, they're not going to scrape the very bottom of the barrel, but they are able to chisel through quite a bit. Theoretically, with enough of them, you could even actually get down to bedrock. And then stop at that point and reverse. Oh hey, some more iron. Right over top of lava, how convenient! That should be about 36. As an acceptable amount, yes. 37 will definitely help our cause. That cause being ripping apart the world for all of its resources. Oh, is that not dropping? Oh, okay. Yeah, not accepting this. Get out. Bad creeper. Nope. Oh. There we go. Nope. Not dealing with that. So we should see 3 of the ore go to storage, and then the rest can go directly into our... Actually, no, 3 of the ore will go straight into being an ingot, so we can just process that really quickly. It's not exactly a difficult task. Oh, god damn it. My stream disconnected again? I don't know what the hell happened there. My apologies. I wish I could say that I can stop that from doing it again, but I can't. So there is that. Wait, we did a quest? Oh, hunt the undead. Oh, that's nice. The undead 2. Oh, these are one-time things, huh? Hunt the arthropods. Government funding. Write an application explaining why exactly your organization is worth investing in. Igneous samples. Oh, that's nice. Dolomite, though. Ore collection. Okay, the bulletin board is good for acquiring a small amount of materials and then turning them in for a profit. Can we actually use the silver? We can use the silver for nuggets of silver. Theoretically, we can use them for nuggets of gold if we get the fancy ones, too. Huh. Could be useful. Could be very useful. You never know. How's our project working? It's full on andesite. It looks like, yeah, our current bottleneck is the clay production. So we're gonna need another sieve. Thankfully, that's actually pretty cheap. All we need is another kinetic assembly box. And we also need to modify it so that it'll take it from both strainer bases. Which shouldn't be too hard to do, honestly. Pretty simple, actually. I wonder if I can chain them directly into each other. No problems so far. So can we strain into a strainer? Yeah, I don't know what's with the interruptions. That's kind of obnoxious, I gotta admit. Hopefully it doesn't go for the rest of the stream, which is not very long. But, never know. No problems, no problems. And we can just drop that directly onto its ally here. Yeah, that'll work. All we need is another funnel. Funny. We need more funnels. A lot of funnels. Frankly, absurd amounts of funnels. Oh, wow, that hopper's actually full. That's actually kind of impressive. Okay. I guess then we can work on maximizing our production. Which is a good thing, because we've already got the necessary components. All we really need is to set up a line going to the sawmill, which will then convert it into a very, very fancy device. Not device, but how do I put it? Into a... yeah, convert it into a sawmill, or put it into a sawmill, convert it into slabs, then convert those slabs into a very fancy device. That very fancy device will then, yeah, okay, form the basis of pretty much all of our machinery. The only problem is that I need to actually have a decent collection of wood. Which I just don't at the moment. No apples, huh? Shame we can't have the sawmills pre-cut our apple slices. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything. Eh, the sticks are there. I'm surprised the sticks can't be broken up into, like, I don't know, sawdust or something. Which would make for a pretty solid fuel source, I gotta admit. Unfortunately, that's gonna have to wait for next time, because I gotta go. I gotta go eat, I gotta go sleep, I gotta go drink, I gotta do all those things. All those human things, you see. I think we've made excellent progress. I might do a little bit of work in the background, mostly just making like a farm or something, because, I mean, those are frickin' easy to make. Especially with the fact that we can just mass produce some materials. Maybe do a little bit of optimizing in the background, making things more efficient. But for the most part, it's pretty much going to be all done on stream. Now, tomorrow I will be playing Warframe, so if you want to join me for that, I'd be happy to have you. They got new content coming out, apparently. Yeah, pretty much tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be doing that tomorrow. If you happen to be on YouTube, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you join us sometime. Goodbye, YouTube.